Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of Enabling and Customer Services Committee. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our Council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you are in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in that chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide a reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. We have several important reports to consider today, and I anticipate we will deal with the business in our usual efficient manner. Move to item 1, sediment and apologies. Mr Evans, can you provide the sediment and apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have 7 members present in the hall. We have 13 on Teams, being Councillors Marsh, Ian Carruthers, Ferguson, Hagman, Howie, Ingalls, Johnston, Malcolm, Marshall, McCammon, McFarlane, McGregor, Mail, Scobie. Councillor Giusti has indicated that he will hope to join us later. So that's all present, Chair.
I approve members' remote participation. Item 2, declarations of interest. Councillor Hagman.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. So it's a statement of connection in regards to my national role as COSLA spokesperson for resources. There's reference to paying uplifts in item 4, and also just to confirm that I'm also the digital lead for local government. So I would maybe just declare a connection in terms of our digital strategy. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Scobie.
Just to advise, Chair, I'll have to leave the meeting back at 12, or about 12:15. I've got a family funeral.
All right, thanks for that. If there's no other hands going up, we'll move on to item 3. Minute of previous meeting of 17th of September. Can we approve the minutes, please? I'll take no dissent as approval. No hands up. Right, move on to item 4. Council Revenue Budget Monitoring Report 24-25 for the period ended 30th of September 2024, Quarter 2. Report by Interim Chief Financial Officer. This report provides members with an overview of the Council's overall financial performance for the current financial year as at the end of September 2024, and the main financial pressures that are continuing to impact the Council's position, including the pay award negotiations and other budgetary pressures. Gillian Ross is here to assist if members have any questions. Over to members. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, members. Yeah, I suppose it's talking of budgetary pressures. Do we have any indication what the employers, national insurance increase is going to have on our budget pressure. I'm mindful that UK government have committed some consequentials which should come to us for public sector, although that might not be given by Scottish Government, but we'll know about that on the 4th of December. But I'm particularly concerned about some of our third sector and charity partners who are maybe not being captured by that. And it's maybe just an indication of what the pressure could be on us as an employer, but the impact on some of our partner organisations as well. Do we have any idea? Because I do wonder if, as a council, we should be writing to UK Government and possibly even Scottish Government just to ensure that we actually get the consequentials that have been allocated to the increases. So it's maybe just, has there been any discussion within finance teams on that particular aspect?
Ms Ross.
Thank you. I can confirm that we've undertaken some high-level estimates at this point in time in terms of the impact on the council, which indicates at this point in time that that may be in the region of £5 million. You may have seen in the COSLA notifications is that the national position is estimated based on 500 million across the board. And the indications at the moment in terms of the consequentials that may flow are quite a bit less than that at this point in time. In relation to the impact on the third sector, obviously we don't yet have any information to help support what that impact may be. The implications are quite complicated, particularly in relation to the staff profile with the changes in the thresholds. So the threshold at which national insurance is paid is being reduced from £9,000 down to £5,000. So where they have maybe a lot of part-time workers, it may have a larger impact on those individuals. However, our colleagues within procurement have indicated that they will work with any contractors that we've currently got at the moment to try and better understand what that impact may be across the board, and any information that we get in those areas will be circulated to members as soon as those are available.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll leave it there and see how the debate goes, but I might come back in later. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 23, particularly under the social work, the position of social work there, and in 4.12, it talks about the mitigation, these pressures through the application of projects and underspending for delays and so forth, that they might be able to bring it into line. Could I just ask the question, recognising these pressures that social work is under, and that we're moving now into right care, right place arrangements, will this have an impact on the social work budget in terms of 24-25 and further into 25-26? Will we be expected to meet the costs with this right care, right place? Because the finger has been pointed back at me as saying that we really need a lot more money in the budget to meet our responsibilities in 25, 26 or 24 as well.
Ms Ross.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. My understanding is that the right care, right place impacts the IJB side rather than the social work side. The social work budget that we have in the council is primarily focused on the children's delivery, and the right care, right place is primarily focused on the adult services delivery. So while there may be additional costs associated with the IJB service, that will require to be encompassed within the overall resources that we have available within there, which will be reviewed and updated as part of the upcoming budget development process. So there will be further details that will come forward to members in relation to the overall requirements for the IJB and the considerations that require to be made by political groups in relation to that aspect.
I hope that clarifies the point for you, Councillor Scobie.
It may clarify, but it just shows the need that to meet some of these demands, Chair, but thanks.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, staff. Thank you for the report. Got a couple of questions if you will indulge me, that's okay. First one is about 4.3 to 4.5, page 22, pay award negotiations. And whilst I'm pleased that local authority workers, particularly those on the front line, have received a pay increase in October, subject to some further specific TUS negotiations, SCED has not been fully funded by Scottish Government according to what you've written, and leaves D&G and other Scottish local authorities to fund the outstanding 0.2%. The good news is that you're saying discussions are ongoing with the government, but has there been any update on this, given that they've got an additional 1.5 billion from the UK government? And in a similar way, on page 29, Appendix 1, the asterisk again talks about superannuation for teachers and says you're expecting money there. So how are negotiations going with that one? Thank you. That's questions. It's more of a comment and a plea as well on page 23, 4.9 to 4.10, concerns increasing spend due to increasing numbers of young people and children requiring residential care. We have a forecast spend of 8.435 million for 30 residential placements. We've gone up by by 4 placements in the region. We've gone up by 2 placements since the report from Social Work, and 26 of which are out with the region, which is probably why the expenses are so high. Now, I do appreciate this is a financial report, if you'll indulge me, Chair. It looks primarily at pounds and pence. But even the most hardened accountants amongst us must see that moving residential care back into Dumfries and Galloway would be a cheaper option and a more humane way to deal with our most vulnerable citizens. There is a paper coming to Social Work Services Committee in early December about this, and I would suggest that members take time to read that paper. And going back to pounds and pence, I'm confident it will also be a cost-saving exercise over the medium to long term. Thank you.
Ms Ross, if you'd like to address the first 2 questions, and I think we'll all take on board this request for the social work, because I think that's something that social work are looking to address, how we can actually maintain our vulnerable people in Dumfries and Galloway rather than having to look elsewhere out with the region.
Thank you. So in relation to the first point with regards to the 0.2%, in previous papers we've highlighted that as a national group across local authorities, there was an indication that local authorities had budgeted on average around about 3%. But as part of the negotiations, there was an agreement that the funding profile that we could, envelope I think was the word that they used, was 3.2%. So that is the 0.2% extra. And so that was agreed by local authorities that would be the overall funding package that we could commit to, and that was the bottom line. So that 450,000 is the agreed requirement that we've agreed on a national basis that will require to be funded from the local authorities. So there'll be no change on that aspect. The only aspect that's subject to further information is the ongoing discussions with Unison with regards to the agreeing of the current offer or resolution of the points that they've made since then. In relation to the teachers' superannuation and the resources that were still due, we've actually just received confirmation yesterday of those amounts, so those should now be coming in and feeding through into the income that's received for the council over the last couple of months of the year. But we've now had confirmation of those resources, and I can confirm that they are sufficient to meet the increased cost that we've had as well.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Morning all. Couple of questions. First one is at the bottom of page 26, the budget holder training, which has been taking place, the mandatory training for budget holders, which has been taking place today and yesterday. Just to get a rough idea of how many does that involve of council staff that are budget holders. And then on page 34, well, it's 33 and 34 actually, but it's agreed savings for 2024-25. It's the last point on page 34, the targeted future change in savings programme. We're forecast to make 600,000, but the target was a million. And I'm just wondering, there doesn't seem to be enough information to explain, what are the projects that are being delayed. within this, you know, because it's a 400,000 shortfall. So a little bit more information either at the meeting today, or if members could be provided with a note of what the main challenges are with that.
Ms Ross?
Thank you. In relation to the budget holder training, I can confirm that there's about 160 individuals that have been targeted as part of this. These are the individuals that are within the Council's approved authorisation structure and are indicated as being a budget holder. So we're running this over 4 sessions, 2 each day, and 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. So at the moment there is a session running, and Karen and I both attended sessions and supported those yesterday. So initial indications is that that's progressing well, and we've had a good sign up to date. There will require to be a small mop-up session for individuals that are on leave or absent at the moment, but that's likely to be less than 10 individuals as part of that. In relation to the savings opportunities and the targeted savings, you'll be aware that this was new further savings that were anticipated to be identified and confirmed during the year. The extent of those has been a little bit slower than what we'd anticipated, with the main aspects that are likely to contribute towards these being aspects that are reflected within the budget savings options that are coming forward to members at this point in time. So there will require to be an update in relation to this as part of the budget development process going forward, which will provide members with confirmation in terms of the delivery of these savings.
I'll just quickly come back on that last point.
Yes.
So have all the savings been identified, or is there some that still need to be identified?
At this point in time, there's still aspects that require to be identified to contribute towards that position, which is why we've reflected a shortfall at this point in time.
Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Yeah, really just seeking a little bit of clarification in relation to questions asked by Councillor Scobie and by Councillor Dorward. You know, the forecast spend in relation to social work is significant, and we've been utilising some of our reserves for that. Obviously, that's an unsustainable position, and I'm wondering what, if anything, we're putting in place to try and mitigate some of that, to make sure that going forward we can actually deal with some of these issues. Clearly, as identified by Councillor Dorward, you know, putting children outside the area is a more expensive option. So I'm wondering if we've got any further in relation to foster carers and such like. But also, I understand that there are great pressures on our facilities, or our ability to place children locally, because we have people come from outside the area who put children here. And is there any way of mitigating against that as well? Thank you.
I know those are quite social work questions, but I don't know if Ms Ross has any information she could give you on them. But I think what was indicated was there was a paper coming to social work that will actually address some of these issues, hopefully. But Ms Ross, do you have any further information at this time?
Thanks. Just to confirm that there is a number of papers within the Social Work Committee in terms of the monitoring report as well, that will cover the details in relation to the pressures in a bit more detail than what we've got in this report. However, you know, the main crux of the additional investment included additional investment measures which were targeted towards actually addressing this pressure on an ongoing basis over a 3-year period. So it was a staggered and a staged approach, recognising that things would take some time to be able to deliver. I think what we've highlighted within the report is that there have been delays, and that some of the options that we'd anticipated would achieve benefits have not yet been delivered or haven't been successful in relation to that, and particularly the foster carers that have been mentioned there. We were hoping that we would be able to capture some new foster carers and allow residential placements to come into the region within those families there. But unfortunately, the overall availability of foster carers has proved quite challenging, and members will be aware that we have taken a number of steps in recent years to try and encourage more foster carers, you know, with the implementation of a fee to help support them. But we are seeing our numbers reducing at this point in time. But this will again be an area that will be reviewed with the Chief Social Work Officer as part of the budget development process to see how we can address this and make sure that our current plans or any adjustments that we need to do to our current plans to make sure that this is addressed on an ongoing basis.
So hopefully that helps a little, Councillor McFarlane. The sort of operational side would be coming through social work, but from where we are at finance, that's about as good as we can give you just now, I think. But does that help?
Thanks, Chair.
And Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I mean, barely a committee goes by where we're not faced with the prospect of the difficulties of recruiting and retaining staff, or indeed, you know, commissioned services or whatever it might be. So it's kind of on the similar point at 4.10, just around that kind of the cost of residential placements. But whether it's out of region or in region, I'm imagining that there'll be some kind of cost that we don't yet know in terms of national insurance, which we'll have to pay either indirectly or to the commission service or the external provider. Or if we bring it in-house, what impact will that have on the fee that we would pay people in the region to carry out that service? So I think we can't escape that new cost should it come along. So I think there's a concern there, and I don't think we've quite bottomed it out, but presumably that's the piece of work that we're looking for to get back. I'll maybe get a wee bit of an answer about that, because it seems it's going to affect every employer effectively. And particularly where we're in a region where recruiting and retaining is so difficult, it just seems like a particularly cruel extra challenge that we could do without whenever we're actually already struggling to fill some of our vacancies. But just in terms of there's a sort of quite particular problem around the residential placements, because I think sometimes we get people placed here from other local authorities, and there does seem to be a bit of a gap at times, and I know this is maybe particularly a social work issue, but there does seem to be a gap either nationally or between the likes of England and Scottish local authorities, because we don't always necessarily know, because of the nature of private providers in our region, for example, or if we're sending children to other regions, it's not always clear that awareness of the child, who should be the most important person in this equation, is known by all the respective public bodies. So I don't know if that's something that will come through the social work paper in terms of how are we kept aware of young people coming into our region from other local authorities, because ultimately that may have some impact on our public services one way or another, or education or police and fire, for example. So I suppose I'm really asking, just do we know anything about even the costs that are here at 4.10? How much is that going to be impacted if there are these increases in national insurance, whether it's out with the region and we're paying extra for those providers, or we bring it in-house and we're going to have to pay extra for the people that we recruit in the region? Do we have any sense of what the impact that might be? Thank you.
Ms Ross, just to maybe, I think you mentioned that we were looking through procurement to get firm figures for this. Is this part of it as well for outside providers for care work?
Yeah, that's correct. Procurement colleagues have indicated that they will look at commission services and our commission contracts and try and get a better understanding in relation to what the impact may be in some of those costs. So we will try and establish it, but it might be quite complex in terms of, you know, obviously the amount that we pay will include an element for staff costs, but it will include another, you know, other aspects in terms of provision of costs as well. So it will require probably a base estimate at this point in terms of the details, but it's not something that we have available at this point in time.
Thanks, Chair. And in terms of if we are trying to, if our move, and I think it's quite right that we should try and bring, you know, children in this case closer to the region, closer to home, look after them in region, what impact would that have on our efforts to recruit more people locally? Because it looks like it's going to increase our existing costs and also make it more difficult to recruit people who that's kind of our mission, is like, let's get more people locally to look after the young people rather than send them out of region. But how much of a challenge is that going to make for us to even do that if there's an increase in the costs of recruiting and paying people?
So Well, I don't think it's something that I could answer, really, to be honest. It would need to be somebody from within the social work service that knows a little bit more detail with regards to the current availability of placements across the region, and in terms of the makeup of those, in terms of how many are currently occupied by children from our local authority, but also ones that are occupied by children out with. I do believe the social work Chief Social Work Officer has indicated those levels to me previously, but I just can't remember them off the cuff in terms of what that element is at the moment. So it would probably require that specific social work advice in terms of what that may be in terms of the cost differential between what we currently pay for out of the region and how much it would be for trying to address that within in-house. But I think there is a paper within the Social Work Committee specifically on children's residential costs and looking to secure more placements in region, which may help to support this. But that's something that's an ongoing part of our review. So,
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, no, thank you. I know we've got papers later on the agenda, which apologies for taking this. This is obviously a retrospective report in a sense, but I think this is going to be council-wide, because all the services that we procure and all the recruiters and employers, etc., that we use, whether it's part-time, commission, private, etc., this is going to affect everything. So I'm just really concerned that while that's particularly a social work issue, and obviously that's what's referenced in this report, I can't see how the ramifications of this won't affect absolutely everything that we do and minimise in terms of what we have as a budget, in terms of how we're able to spend that. So there is a relevance to this committee because we're looking at our finances. So I think we're going to have to pay particular attention to that, Chair, through yourself. Thank you.
I think that assurance was given earlier that we are looking at our outside partners to make sure that we are covering it. I think the figure you mentioned was 5 million or thereabouts, possibly.
5 million for the council staff impact, but then the aspect that Councillor Thompson is referring to is our overall cost of provisions, which, as he indicates, are probably likely to increase across the board. You know, it could impact food prices. We don't yet know, and the details in relation to statistics that we've got haven't yet clarified those kind of potential aspects across different provisions and categories as to how they may be impacted by national insurance. There is that national recognition that they will increase, you know, because employers' costs will increase, so they're bound to pass on an element of those costs. But the information that's available in terms of how to gauge what that may be across the board isn't yet available.
So that's maybe something we need to sort of keep as a wee action, that we bring it back when information comes forward, so that either through the budget panel or to this committee, so that we know going forward where we are. Councillor Dorward.
Just to assist members regarding figures for social work, and I totally understand why you wouldn't have that information because there's not a social work services committee, but just to provide information, if that's helpful, Chair, from the last social work services committee, there were 4 placements locally in Dumfries and Galloway at that point in time, and they cost 190,000 per placement annually. The placements out with the placements out with we'll try again. The placements out with Dumfries and Galloway in other parts of Scotland cost 331,000, nearly 400,000 per year. So there's a massive difference, 130,000 more per placement, an extra £3 million a year that we're spending, sending people out with the region. So I think saving 3 million, you could probably recoup the national insurance payments in that saving anyway, and it is a spend to save going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Right, so if there's no other points, we'll look for those information coming forward through future reports. We'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the significant financial pressures and increasing demand impacting services during 24-25 and the forecast service outturn positions against agreed budgets as provided in Appendix 1, and to note progress against the delivery of agreed savings reflected within the 24-25 budget as provided in Appendix 3. Members happy to note? Right, well, move on to item 5. Is Capital Investment Strategy Monitoring Report 24-25 for the period ended 30th of September 2024, Quarter 2. Members are provided with an update on the 10-year capital investment strategy and an overview of the financial progress of the capital programme for the current financial year based on the position as at 30th September 2024. We have Ms Karen Donaldson is here to assist if members have any questions. Over to members. Councillor Hagman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's not necessarily a question, it's just I really welcome that we're being asked to agree the additional development costs for Newton Stewart flood scheme. I think it's absolutely vital that this work is done. Clearly, the detail has already been shared within the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, so it's just really to note that I welcome this and I hope that the committee will agree with that recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's the capital receipts on page 37, 4.11 and 4.12. I note we only have net receipts of 28,000 when they were targeting $500,000. It just would be helpful if we could have a list or an idea of the list of capital receipts through sale of buildings that we have planned.
I think that could be supplied as a sort of appendix. We used to get one that just said these were the ones that were either up for sale, in the process of being sold, or had been sold. So that could be possibly something that could be put on as an appendix to the report.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, Chair.
Right, yeah. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, it's just to echo similar sentiments as Councillor Hagman, in particularly 4.8, and that's the Stranraer Flood Prevention Protection Scheme. And it's good to note that throughout that heavy rain, Station Street was not flooded, so it's had an effect, a positive effect, and it's just to hope the committee will agree to the 9,000 of our contribution for, or at least to finalise the accounts with the contractor. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. Just on reflection, would an appendix be a good idea, or would it actually be better sending out to all members so that they know which pieces of land are up for sale via email? Or we used to have SharePoint, I don't know if we've still got that now. Just so that they've got the information rather than maybe adding more paper to reports.
Chair, yeah, so that information is available, so make sure that that's uploaded and available to all members.
Councillor McGregor.
I think that's the assurance I was looking for, that all members should get it anyway. Historically, we used to get a sort of monthly update, and I think it's really important that all members have sight of that. So via email or SharePoint would be fine. Thank you.
With that, I've no more hands up. Move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the financial and physical progress against 24-25 capital programme for the quarter ending 30th September 2024 as detailed in appendices 2 and 3. Agree the budget environment of 9,000 from the infrastructure asset class to the Stranraer Flood Protection Scheme as recommended by the Economy and Infrastructure Committee on 5th of November 2024 as detailed at paragraph 4.8. Agree additional development costs of £50,000 for Newton Stewart flood protection as recommended by the Economy and Infrastructure Committee on 5th of November 2024 to be funded from the overall project budget as detailed at paragraph 410. and note the current prudential indicators based on 30th September 2024 monitoring position as detailed at Appendix 4. Members happy to note and agree those recommendations? Move on to item 6, Treasury Management, Mid-Year Review 24-25. This report presents the mid-year report of Treasury Management activities for 2024-25. In line with requirements of the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy Code of Practice, and including prudential and Treasury Management indicators. Ms Karen Donaldson is here to assist if members have any questions. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of points. With regards to 4.5 on page 50, just, a drop in the cash balances required a temporary £5 million loan. Just a little bit more information on that, if possible, just a little bit more detail. And on page 59 in the report, just a little bit more information as well about the investment of £5 million in Aberdeen City Council.
Ms Donaldson.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Yep, so as highlighted in the Treasury strategy that was agreed by full council back in March, we indicated that as the year progressed, because of the ambitious capital programme, that we would shift from the position we've been in over the last sort of 3 or 4 years of having cash on deposit to moving back to a borrowing position. And we were reaching that stage where we're sort of reduced our cash balances and we're needing to start borrowing again around September. So initially we took the £5 million short-term loan in September, just obviously with pay awards and things being paid in September. So to sort of cover that sort of cash flow period, we had temporary borrowing, but then the government subsequently gave us 3 weeks worth of support grant at the end of September, so our cash balances went back up. But I can confirm, since the end of September to now, we are borrowing on a routine basis again. So I think as it stands today, we're borrowing about £20 million of new borrowing this financial year, and that will continue just because obviously we've got the new build, Dumfries High School, the roads investment, all of that is supported by borrowing. And that's absolutely as anticipated and reported in March. So we will continue to borrow as the year progresses. In relation to page 59 about the deposit to Aberdeen City Council, obviously the council's got 2 or 3 ways of generating income from any cash balances held. The first one is with the council's bank and billing societies, the debt management office or other local authorities. And at any point when we've got sort of surplus cash, that there's the option to deposit for a short period of time, we sort of look at the options and favour up sort of what's offering the best interest rate at that time. So at that point in time when that deposit was taken out, that was obviously the sort of most favourable rate we could get. Obviously Aberdeen City Council were offering above what we could get from the government's debt management office. So it's always just a kind of balancing sort of risk and reward and what's available at any point in time. Obviously we review the cash flow on a daily basis to kind of make those assessments. So hope that helps answer your question.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was actually just on the Annex 2, page 69. I don't know if there's anybody here who can speak to this, but obviously there has been an election in the United States, and there's a new president. So clearly this was something that was going to be a potential impact to the forecast. I'm just wondering if anybody can add a few comments to that just now, in terms of, now that we know the outcome of that, does that shift some of the assumptions that we might be making when we look forward? Thank you.
Ms Donaldson.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Yeah, absolutely recognise that some of the information in this report is a bit outdated. Obviously, it is a position as at the end of September. However, obviously we've had a few events take place since the end of September, including like the UK budget, the elections in the United States, as you've mentioned. What that has done, I think, is maybe obviously the sort of growth through the UK budget has been welcomed. However, there has been sort of concerns of the implications that may have longer term on inflation. So certainly the banks seem to be taking a bit more cautious approach. And obviously after the budget and the US election, we got some updated forecasts, interest rate forecasts like a couple of weeks ago. And certainly what that's kind of indicating is there'll be a more cautious approach to the reduction in interest rates. I think based on the forecast that's on page 56 of the papers was indicating that and the bank rate would sort of stabilise down about 3.25% around September next year. Certainly what we're seeing now that's been pushed out by about another year, so we're expecting the interest rate drops to be a bit more prolonged than was forecast previously. Still the direction of travel is absolutely the same, that we're anticipating them to gradually come down, but I think we're anticipating that's going to be over sort of a more prolonged, maybe 2-year period now. So it's something we'll have to manage, that we'll maybe have to have sort of higher borrowing costs in the short term. But as I've outlined in the sort of paper, what we're planning to do at the moment is try and take sort of medium term borrowing within the sort of next 5 years. So hopefully we can refinance that at a lower rate when the rates have came down further than what they're at the moment. So yeah, something that we're watching closely, but absolutely kind of set up to be able to manage.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report. Can I just say, before I ask a question, I must congratulate the team on the management of investments and cash flows and management of associated risks, especially given the uncertain times we're living in. You're doing a fantastic job. I think we must do that. We provide plaudits when due, so well done. Really challenging times, and you're doing a really good job. And I think I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway, given what you've been saying about borrowing. It's page 50, 4.4. Forecast that as the year progresses, there'll be a requirement to undertake borrowing, which we seem to be doing already. We talked about borrowing 20 million this financial year. So I appreciate geopolitical events add a degree of uncertainty to this, but given the massive savings we've got to make over the next 3 years, do we have a built-in ability to make borrowing financially sustainable? Medium term, long term, or to use a mortgage analogy, we're not going to go into negative equity at any point in time. Thank you.
Ms Donaldson.
I say absolutely, and as you say, we're trying to kind of keep the borrowing costs as low as possible. We've been good over the last few years at really maximising the cash we have had, which obviously we're going to kind of lose that ability now that we're moving into borrowing, but certainly watching everything closely to try and minimise it, and sort of looking at the duration to try and get best value for the borrowing. And obviously the setting of the sort of loan charges budget, or how much the council wishes to borrow and sustain, is a matter for budget setting. I mean, if members were looking at reducing the borrowing costs, obviously that would have an impact on having to reduce the capital programme. So that ability to shift the balance between capital and revenue is absolutely there for members. But hopefully at the moment we've sort of set our capital programme and what we deem as affordable based on the loan charges budget and the uprating that's provided every year. But obviously there is the ability to change that, but certainly our approved capital programme at the moment is certainly sustainable, and we're definitely sort of probably in a more fortunate position than some other councils having some real challenges over their borrowing costs at the moment. So yeah, absolutely it's a challenge, but confident that we'll be able to manage that.
I must admit, in my early years in the council, it was always we were refinancing and we were able to find better rates and stuff. But these last 2 or 3 years when rates went up, that sort of stopped. But I know the officers are looking at opportunities whenever they can to get better rates. But Not there just now, but they might be in a few years' time again. Councillor Ferguson.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for letting me in. Is it Karen that we're speaking to? 4.5 drop in cash balances with a 5 million temporary loan required. Yet, if you look at page 61, there's nothing. There's no entry in there for mid September. So it's just the question is, well, where did you get that temporary loan from? And I suppose it's an opportune time just to remind all councillors, in particular, to inform newer councillors just exactly what the all the restrictions on borrowing and Section 85 officers' role and all the rest of it is in this whole process. Maybe it's time for that to be resurrected and maybe recirculated to all members just for our information. But the fundamental question is in that 4.5, where did the £5 million temporary loan come from?
I think
Thank you.
If you look at the top of the page, on page 60, that's investments taken and repaid. But I think, Councillor Ferguson, if you go to page 62, there's the short-term borrowing. I think in there there's borrowed 5 million. That's the line, maybe not dated explicitly like it is in the investments we've made, but maybe Ms Donaldson could just clarify that's the point.
Yeah, thank you. No, you're absolutely right, Chair. The figures on page 60 and 61 are the money that we've lent out. So as you say, the short-term borrowing is on page 62, and you can see we've borrowed 5 million at 5%. So you can see that at the bottom of page 62 of your papers is the borrowing.
I'm asking who did you actually borrow it from, Chair?
Right, who did we make that in borrow from?
City of Edinburgh Council.
Okay, it would have helped if that had been in the paper. Thank you.
Right. I don't have any other hands up. Just checking that's legacy. So members are, if we move to the recommendations, asked to note the details of the Treasury management activity for the period 1st April to the 30th September 2024 as detailed in the appendix. Members happy to note? Oh, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, the only thing I would ask there, Chair, is I made a request in part of my brief intervention there for all new members and in fact all members of this committee to be refreshed on exactly what the powers that the Treasury Management Team and the Section 85 officer have in respect to borrowing and how they can do it. I think it's imperative if we're the ones to scrutinise, we should know that, or at least have the most up-to-date information. So whether it's, I would prefer it in the recommendations, but I'm quite happy if we get the Chair and the Director's acknowledgement that that information will be forthcoming to members sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Ms Meehan.
Certainly happy to circulate that information to members, which I think is available, but we'll bring it into a consolidated position for members as an action for this committee.
Right, so that's been agreed to be actioned. With that, are we happy to note? No dissent. Move on to item 7, enabling customer services revenue budget monitoring report 24-25 for the period ended 30th September 2024, quarter 2. This report gives members with provides members with an overview of performance against budget for the period ending 30th September 2024 for the current financial year. Ms Ross is here to assist if there are any questions. Hand over to members. No hands up. Are we happy to move to recommendations? Members are asked to note that based on the monetary position to the end of September, I'm happy to note that. And progress against delivery of agreed savings applied to the enabling customer services, we're happy to note that. No dissent, we'll move on. Agenda item 8, Financial Code 4, Income Collection, Debt Write-Offs. Members are being asked to scrutinise details of debt written off under delegated procedures over the 6-month period, 1st April 2024 to 30 September 2024. The Council's financial regulations require that details of write-offs are presented to this committee twice yearly. Lindsay Wilson and Paula Doherty are here to assist if members have any questions. I've got Councillor McFarlane, then Councillor Stitt.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On page 79, congratulations on the ability to recoup 96.7% of the council tax and for the increase in non-domestic rates. However, what I would appreciate is if we were able to tell us what the overall domestic rate collection rate is. It's an increase of 3.4, but on what? That'd be helpful, thank you.
It's actually very close to the council tax. It's actually for 23-24 it was 96.8%.
Well done, thank you.
Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. It's page 81, 4.7. One Council Park write-off of 14,575, but I think when you see the one for housing benefit overpayment, one at £25,380, that's quite a sum of money to write off.
Would you like to comment on that, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, we in a sense don't like writing off any sort of money, which is in a sense a loss to the council. But as you'll see from Appendix 1, we do go through quite a rigorous and robust process to try and sort of recover the monies. Ultimately, going through the sort of sheriff officer to see that we can get that money back from the council. But sometimes inevitably the situation is that we just have to accept that as a write-off. But I'd like to reassure committee that we don't do these things lightly. We do take a lot of consideration and liaison with sheriff officers, etc., before we do that. And I say ultimately we make we liaise very closely with the service departments to keep them in the loop what was happening, because it's ultimately the service departments that agree the write-off and obviously supported by the sort of Section 95 officer.
And I would take it as always that if there are opportunities to actually recover these, we will take them in the future.
Yes, very much so. As you say, at paragraph 4.10 on the report, we always show the sort of write-ons, i.e. the monies we have been able to recover. And unfortunately, it's always a smaller amount, and it's usually due to the bankruptcy, the sort of bankruptcy or administration process. The various creditors are sort of awarded any sort of monies residual to the estate, but we always try and get our share of those where appropriate and write them back on against the various debtors. But as I say, yes, we do take great care to ensure that as well where it happens.
Right. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, it's about write-offs regarding the money that's been written off. If it's written off from a particular person, what's the situation ongoing if they say on housing benefit or something like that? How does that work? I mean, do you discontinue trying to get that money? You obviously stop trying to get the money from the person or the people. So where does that leave us in the future with these people if they have to have some sort of benefit and they can't pay probably pay their rates and that. They'll still be in the system, surely. Or
Yeah, they're always on the system. Just because we're in a sense write them off from the sort of books, as it were, we still keep records of that particular write-off and the sort of individuals concerned. Primarily so that, in a sense, if they reappear and they're sort of financially sort of viable, then we can reopen the case to do so. So we've got a very long memory, put it like that.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
And Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was just on the council tax collection rate. Does that include, and I'm not, forgive me for being ignorant of this, but second homes council tax, I'm just wondering if there's a higher percentage rate collection for that, because effectively it's somebody with 2 properties or at least 2 properties. So would that normally be higher anyway, or is that figure available to us as a sort of a disaggregation of this? Because I'm not sure if that's invoiced differently, but presumably it would still fall under council tax. Thank you.
Mr.
Paula, you'll be more expert at this. I'll pass on to Colin Paula Doherty, please, if she's more expert at this area.
Through you, Chair, the tariff for second homes is now just started, so it wouldn't be included in the 96.8%. The difference around the collection falls back to the way we have to pay Scottish Water. We pay Scottish Water on a percentage of overall collection. It's done as a whole rather than line by line. Second home tariff collection, which is the extra 100% this year, is currently tracking higher than normal council tax if we look at it line by line. So you're quite correct. On the basis that people have a second home, they are more likely to pay, but probably more accurately, more likely to pay early. And we found that second homes, the bulk of our, or a higher percentage of our second home owners pay annually. So their full charge, with including the 100% extra, is collected earlier in the year.
Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. And I know that was targeted, I think, at 1.66 million this year in the budget. What's that sitting at just now?
Oh, geez, just a sec. The actual charge that we've put across for second homes, which is the extra tariff, is 1 point. Everything's jammed down.
Sorry, Paula, I've got your details that you provided earlier. If you want me to
yes, please, Gillian. I've just gone.
Okay, so I can confirm that the total second homes amount that we're due to collect this year, taking into account changes, is 1.546. I did reference this, I think, in my report briefly in relation to slightly below the 1.6 million, but indications from Paula is that most of those properties are now transferred over onto the long-term empties, which also have the 100% extra added on in relation to that charge. So overall, when we look at the long-term empties and the second homes together, we are still recovering the additional £1.66 million that was added in terms of the budget, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. So the 96.7% collection rate is, absolutely admirable. I think we do need to congratulate the team on that one. I would just maybe want to highlight, how are we ensuring that we are being as inclusive as possible with this one? I'm aware of 2 cases now that have come to myself in regards to young people going off to university and actually having to battle the system to try and upload documents. When you phone the customer service number for council tax, there's no ability to provide information over the phone. You have to do it via the internet. So is that being acknowledged? Is there a piece of work being done? Clearly, it's we're doing an effective job. We're collecting a huge amount, a really high percentage, which absolutely is commendable. But how are we ensuring that we're being inclusive going forward? Because it is quite an aggressive system, having gone through it myself. I think we just need to be mindful that not everybody is able to access the system. And also when you actually get billed prior to, so when a child turns 18, they're no longer considered a child, and those bills come to you before the child's 18th birthday. We're actually billing in advance of the date. So is that considered best practice? Is that what happens across all local authorities? I was quite taken aback to find that situation myself. But as I say, I'm aware of other cases of it happening as well. So just how are we ensuring that we're looking after the individual through these processes as well? Thank you.
Ms Doherty.
I think there was a number of things in there, Councillor Hagman. You mentioned the students. Students is quite unique in our council tax discounts and exemptions, where we require evidence from the university in relation to the course and the students' attendance. That can't be provided over the phone, so we require a certificate from the university. There are a number of ways, there are always a number of ways that customers can provide that information. The other point is around the billing in advance. There's currently a 28 days in advance if a discount or exemption is due to end, and the demand is issued 28 days prior to that end date, billing on the basis that that is no longer applicable. That is standard practice in accordance with the regulations and best practice across Scotland, and it's done that way to ensure that customers have the time to come back to us for something else before the actual amended charge comes into effect, or they are required to pay on that higher charge. Any customer that wants to get in touch with us who suggests that they are not paying what they think they should be paying, we operate a position with data that we can provide them with and make sure that it's clearly explained if there is evidence requirement, that what that evidence requirement is and how they would be able to provide that to us.
Councillor Hagman.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, and I absolutely appreciate there's sort of national guidelines on this, and we do have to have quite strict controls on this. What I would say from experience is we're actually taking additional money that then has to be readjusted back again. So because of the advanced charging, but if that's what's best practice across Scotland, across the country, then it's useful to know that we're following that best practice. Thank you.
Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's regarding write-offs again. It's regarding large amounts of money that the council probably has invested as such. For instance, Moatbury recently, what's the situation? That money will probably have to be written off. So I just wondered if this is included in this or not. I'm not sure if I'm on the right track here, or where this investment, where the money went, and it's now lost, and will that show up as being written off as well? No? Yes? Thank you.
I would think if there was any write-offs that would come through at the appropriate time. Currently, if there is money owed to us by Moatbury, I would think that we will be looking to recover those monies. I'm not sure if there is or not. That would be something that the team might have a take on. But I think if there is money owed, we will chase it until it's not financially viable to do it. Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, the general write-offs in terms of the sundry debtors, these are where the council have invoiced an organisation or an individual for monies. So in the situation with Moatbury, where the council's had an agreement, I'm sure that our legal team, in terms of sort of contracts and things like that, if anything like that's been broken, then the council may well be entitled to sort of monies. So it would probably go down a slightly sort of different route. But ultimately, if it's if it's money owed to council, then it should theoretically come through this particular committee if we get to the stage of issuing an invoice to the trustees or whatever. So again, I think we'd have to sort of look into it in more sort of detail. But as I say, we have to follow what's called the SIPVA Code of Practice for local authority accounting, which requires council sort of statements to make sufficient provision for bad debt. So we're following good accounting practice in this.
Councillor Slater.
Yes, I'll leave it at that just now. Thank you.
No other hands up. Move to recommendations. Members are asked to note and scrutinise the write-offs from the following accounts which have been written off under delegated authority. 2 non-domestic rates, 1 council tax, 1 sales ledger and 1 housing benefits accounts where the amount being written off exceeds £10,000 as summarised at paragraph 4.7 and detailed in the appendix. And accounts below £10,000 for council tax, non-domestic rates, sundry debtors and overpaid housing benefit, which have been written off as summarised in paragraph 4.9. Are we happy that we've noted and scrutinised both of those points? No dissent. We'll move on. Item 9 is the Annual Workforce Report 2024. This report provides an annual update on workforce information and human resource metrics as at 31st of March 2024. The Council is committed to review and report on a wide range of high-level HR metrics on an annual basis to provide insight and information on relevant workforce trends and which inform the delivery of the Council's people strategy and workforce priorities. Stuart Clanahan is here to assist members if there are any questions, I think. Is he online? Are you here online, Stuart?
Yes, I'm Chair.
Yep.
Good morning.
So over to members. Are there any questions? Don't see any hands going up. I had one with regard to gender pay or gender equal pay, and it was noticed that the gap is closing or getting less within non-teaching staff, but it slightly went up in the teaching. What's the sort of reason for that? Is it just a change in numbers of senior positions?
Thanks, Chair. As one part of the answer to that is yes, it's a weighting towards the senior positions, those middle to senior level pay levels within an area of employment. I think it's slightly wider than that in terms of it's the proportion of women who are working in generally the numbers of women who are working in lower paid jobs versus men who are working in medium to higher paid jobs. I think in terms of what we see, I mean, overall, there's a very good message there that over a long period of time, the gender pay gap is reducing, but of course it's different to equal pay. Equal pay is unlawful, and we always make sure that we pay people, men or women, the same rate for the same job that they do. But the gender pay gap is sensitive to very small changes in the proportion, where there could be an imbalance across those kind of medium to high pay occupations. So it can be really sensitive to that, and that's what it would indicate. And sometimes the gender pay gap will go slightly up or slightly down, but I think overall as an employer, we're looking for a downward trend. And I think we are seeing that downward trend over a significant period of time. And we will look at the national averages in terms of UK and Scotland in particular. The gender pay gap around 13.1% nationally, and in Scotland it's around 8.3%, so it's much lower in Scotland than the wider UK. But then when you look at our council, we are lower than the Scottish average as well. So we'll continue to work on improving that gender pay gap. As I say, it's not a pay equality issue, but it is about the representation of male and female in particular occupational groups. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that. Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the very interesting report. A question I have is page 90, 4.3.2, and it's bullet point 6 concerning LGBTQ and what you term BAME or people from ethnic minority background percentages. Just wondering, it says that the people who are disclosing we have a protected characteristic has increased from the previous year. And employees sharing information on sexual orientation and race or Black, Asian, minority ethnic BME workforce has increased from 1.07 to 1.08, and LGBT plus has increased from 1.67 to 1.76. It's good that it's moving the right way. I wouldn't say it's a massive increase, but it's positive. Just it'd be useful to know how we compare with our similar local authorities in terms of these percentages. It's just interesting to note that the recent census that was carried out in Scotland, which asked Scots to voluntarily declare sexuality and gender identity, identified them as the LGBTQ plus people were 4% of the population. Same with people from an ethnic minority background. So I'm not suggesting we're under that. It's a different, you're comparing apples and oranges there with census and local authority information, but it would be interesting to find out from other similar local authorities what the percentages are. Thank you.
Mr. Clanahan.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorwood. Yeah, absolutely. And obviously comparing percentages are very difficult, and you've obviously highlighted that already. I think what is a consistent challenge for all authorities is that reporting and getting that information from our workforce. And there can be a number of reasons for that. And what we want to do is continue to encourage our workforce to be open with us and to trust us with that information. We will look after that information, and we will develop our policies and our practices to ensure that we support everyone across our organisation. So we are not dissimilar to other councils. In terms of some of the percentages relatively, we're pretty close. I think it's really important through our mainstreaming report, which will come to members in March at full council, and it's our regular statutory reporting requirements that, you know, we will continue to ask for members' support and scrutiny and oversight as to how we can keep improving this. So if the information's going in the right way, we want to keep on that track, and we will look for ways in which we can do that, providing that very positive working environment, providing that culture where people will want to share with the employer their ethnicity or disability, for example, because that allows us to then target our policies and frameworks to get the maximum support available out there. So I think hopefully that answers your question in terms of that relativity with others. It is a challenge, but certainly the work that we're doing to allow people to come forward and feel confident to provide that information is certainly increasing as we go forward, and with further action in this area, hopefully we'll see further increases in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you for that comprehensive response, and thank you for allowing me back in again, Chair. You mentioned that there are reasons that people will not disclose various protected characteristics. Do you know what these reasons are, or can you give us some of these reasons? Thank you.
Some people, I think, just based on our kind of evidence and our conversations that we have, some people don't feel confident to inform us of whether they necessarily have a disability or any other kind of protected characteristics. So there is a kind of level of comfort there and a level of communication and engagement where we want to make sure that people do feel comfortable that they will not be treated any differently if they do disclose. And it can be as simple as that. And it's just about having that confidence that that will not in some way go against them in terms of promotion, in terms of development or training opportunities. And we will constantly send out messages to that effect that it is a quality of opportunity for all. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, also on 4.3.2. The second bullet point says that employees under the age of 25 make up 4.67% of the workforce. And I'm wondering if, with an average age of 46, an increase of about 5% per year is going to be sufficient for us to maintain our workforce going ahead. And then, similar to the question asked by Councillor Dorward, the fifth bullet point where it talks about the very small percentages in relation to LGBT plus and BAME, I'm wondering if we could get a context for that, as in, you know, what proportion of Dumfries and Galloway population would identify as that, and how does that relate to our recruitment and employability of them, except in that, you know, not everyone will choose to disclose, but to give us some sort of indication. And lastly, on 4.5, we've got the second bullet point. It says there's been an increase of 1% in the number of long-term absence cases. And I'm wondering if, you know, again, we can get a context of that by looking at some of the numbers. Thanks.
Mr. Clanahan.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the first point around an ageing workforce, or in fact encouraging our young people to come and join us, that continues to be a challenge for us and other local authorities. And we need to ensure that we maintain the momentum of promoting local government councils as a career pathway, a career choice. And we're continuing to do that, and we have seen an increase in young people. I think one of the mitigations around that ageing workforce challenge that we have is that with retirement ages rising, then people will generally be working longer, and that will mitigate to an extent, I think. But however, we do need to continue to push very, very hard on bringing young people in. And I think we've got some good evidence in the last year whereby we've seen targeted campaigns to bring young people in through our health and social care partnership. So working with our NHS colleagues and our social care partnership colleagues, we've formed really, really great relationships with Developing Young People Workforce Organisation within Scotland, which is a 7-year programme where putting the onus on preparing young people for the world of work, as well as with the Department for Work and Pensions. And in fact, our OD team attended some school career events, and services also attended those in the last year, where we're influencing that, promoting and influencing that work of local government. So that will continue on the agenda for the future, that we will try to bring in that new fresh blood that will allow the organisation to age appropriately as it goes through its life cycle. It's not an easy solution on that. In terms of sort of the context around the proportionality, so again, the mainstreaming report in March will provide that kind of wider, broader communities context. However, I think it's suffice to say that given that we are the largest employer in the region, that, you know, our profiles in certain areas and protected characteristics will mirror our local communities within Dumfries and Galloway. And that's certainly something that, whilst I don't have the necessarily detail today, that will certainly be forthcoming to provide that kind of broader context. But I think it's fair to say that we will mirror much of our local community, given that the vast majority of our community who work for us live and work in Dumfries and Galloway. In terms of the kind of 1% long-term absence, I mean, absence, like any people management metric, will increase and decrease based on a number of factors, whether it's personal factors or work-related factors or a combination of both. I think it's fair to say that, you know, we classify as a long-term absence as something that's over 20 days, so it's quite a low bar in terms of what constitutes a long-term absence. However, nevertheless, I think we do see it ebb and flow, and it can be for various reasons. And I think the reasons we've outlined in the report as to what the main reasons for absence are. I think from an assurance perspective, I think it's just remaining focused and committed on ensuring that we provide support to staff to bring them back as soon as possible. And we use our occupational health service to good effect to make sure that people are fitting well enough. We also invest in our workforce in terms of health and well-being. And in the last year, we trained over 300 managers on mental health awareness training. So, you know, there's a number of initiatives there that are really key and focused in ensuring that we commit to not only, seeing absence not increase, but also reducing it as well. but a 1% absence, long-term absence increase this year might be a 2% absence reduction next year. But rest assured that both HR team and managers out there who have the tools to support staff are fully focused on ensuring that's as low as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Does that answer your points, Councillor McFarland?
Yeah, thanks for that, Stuart. That was very comprehensive. Just on that 1%, do we have an indication? Obviously, I appreciate that if it's such a very low number, that might actually identify staff, and I don't want to do that. But do we have an indication of what sort of numbers there are? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers of staff that would result in that sort of 1% increase will probably be around the 40 mark, 40 cases out of 6,500 staff.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's regards to in the appendix on page 110 vacancies. And when you look at the trending over the last 8 years, there is a fluctuation that ranges from about 220 up to 350. But in the last 2 years, and from 22-23 to 23-24, in 22-23 we had 346 vacancies in 23-24 that's reduced by 33% to 230. And I just wondered if, the main attributes to, what has caused that, even though bear in mind that there's a fluctuation over the years depending on a variety of reasons. And a more general point, because I think whatever service committee you're on, there is issues with regards to vacancies across the council and in particular areas as well. I think the planning, but social work, etc. So, and it might not be in this report, but I can't remember seeing an overall report that goes to a committee of the council that actually assesses at the end of the year how many of the vacancies, because obviously if we identify vacancies that need filled, but how many of those are actually filled during the year. So we'll declare so many through the year, and how many of those are filled, because I think all groups will have noticed that there's a number of the budget templates where it's the inability to fill a vacancy. It's been offered up for a saving, and the question usually is, well, is it a saving if that's been declared as a vacancy? Is there no need for that now? So that's maybe a report for another day, but I think because of the issues we've had over the last couple of years with regards to struggling to fill positions, then it's something that probably should be reported on universally, because it seems to be a problem across the council.
Mr. Callanahan.
Yep, thanks, Chair. And members quite correct in terms of vacancies are a snapshot in time, and this one's no different. And we take our data set from the 31st of March, and if we look at it in the 1st of March, it would be different again. So it's quite difficult just to kind of track that from a single metric perspective. But I think what I would say is, just to give that kind of overall impression, vacancies are often linked to the information around new starts, around leavers and turnover, and that gives that indication about the movements inwards and the movements outwards around that vacancy management. I think in terms of what we're looking at specifically in vacancies, I think there are a number of things that we are looking at and improving at. There is a natural fluctuation within vacancies, and that's just dependent on when jobs become vacant and when they can be advertised. There's certainly a better management of vacancies in the last year than perhaps previous year, and that's because we're focusing and putting resources on that, because it's really important that we understand our vacancy and our establishment. So I think better management of vacancies and that natural fluctuation, as well as some data improvements around vacancies, sees us having a much kind of sharper picture of the real true vacancies that are in there that can be recruited to. And obviously the members raised an issue around if a vacancy is no longer required, and that's a question more for the service and with their finance colleagues, etc., whether or not they would intend to backfill a vacancy. But nevertheless, from reporting perspective, we will always take that snapshot, but happy to look at it in the future in terms of that kind of broader year-round position in terms of vacancies for a future report, Chair.
Yeah, just quickly to come back, because, you know, when you see the 230 vacancies, you don't know if there's a few of those have been carried over from from a previous year, or whether or not it's just vacancies that are declared within the year. But also, there's no information. I don't think it goes anywhere else in the council. There's no information of those 230 vacancies, for example, in 2023-24. How many of those were successfully filled? I would hope the vast majority of those would be filled, but the ones that aren't, that's a problem area.
See Mr. Clannan nodding his head, so I take it that will come through various reports at various committees. Right, so Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, convener. So I really welcome this report. I think it's fair to say our workforce is, you know, our staff are our most important resource in local government, and you know, I just think we can't press that point enough. You know, without our staff every single day delivering frontline services, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So I just want to put that on the record. I also want to just thank the team that are out at the moment looking at our qualities outcomes and the public consultation that's going, and I would certainly urge all members to look at that as well. I appreciate that that's going to come back, I believe, in March as part of a wider piece of work there. And I was really pleased to see that employment and the issues around staff are being captured and questions are being asked as to how we can improve as employers in that one. I think just while I'm on equalities, I'm just curious, on the page 98, it referenced headcount by gender, and it's got female, male, but there's no section on there for non-binary. Do we ask that question? It may be the case that the answer is just 0 across D&G, but is that being asked as part of any consultations with staff? And in terms of the gender pay gap, which obviously was touched upon at the very start here, I'm really aware that I think it was the 20th of November was the what's it called? It's the Equal Pay Day, where essentially indicates the gender pay gap nationally, and the information that was published this year by the Women's Budgeting Group indicates that gap is actually widening. Now, obviously, this is a historical report and our data suggests that it's closing, but I'm just wondering, are we seeing any indication that locally that might be extended? And it's a genuine question in terms of the employers' national insurance contributions. Obviously, there's an increased percentage, but there's the lowering of the threshold, which will have an impact on women generally who work part-time more often. And is that likely to affect? I appreciate it's an employer's cost, not a staff cost, but is that likely to have a knock-on effect on the gender pay gap? It's a question I genuinely don't know. So any information on that? And my final point references that we do better than other Scottish councils within our family group when we look at the benchmarking for some of these indicators. I think it's referenced page 91. Can a link to that benchmarking report please be shared, because it's not referenced in the papers? So a few questions there, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Clanaghan.
Thank you, Chair. Just yes, the answer to the first question is that the non-binary is part of the questionnaires that we issue, and the answer is we don't have any to report. And obviously we'll continue to ensure that everybody gets a fair and full opportunity to disclose. Are we seeing any indication locally around a potential widening of the pay gap? I think, you know, our not yet, I think is the answer to that. But I do recognise, and I've already referenced the national picture, which is increasing potentially. I think our equality action plans of previous years have been pretty focused and detailed in terms of the actions, and I would like to think that, you know, we're seeing the benefits of those going forward. I'm not sure if the change to the national insurance contributions will will have an impact. I think what's fair to say as well is just, I suppose, touching on a point around the Employment Rights Bill, which is not here yet, but it's just around the kind of the environment of encouraging more women to join work and be in work and sustain work. And I think with some proposed changes around statutory sick pay provision in the future, that might have a positive impact on the gender pay gap, and also some of the key questions around, caring, people who are carers, and extending the potential leave opportunities for carers is another opportunity to potentially close the gender pay gap. So that's somewhere in the future in terms of the kind of Employment Rights Bill. But since we're doing a little bit of horizon scanning, Chair, I thought I would maybe put that one in as well, just for information.
And I take it we can share the link that Councillor Hagman asked for.
Yes, indeed.
Right, you are. Councillor Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. And just to say, I'm trying to get my head around all the various figures and percentages on page 91 over to page 92 in terms of non-related and work-related workplace stress. And I do note on the last bullet point on page 92 that mental health absence reasons accounts for 24%, that's overall, reduced by 7% from 31%. But firstly, I may echo the remarks of Councillor Hagman in terms of our thanks to the staff, because the public expectation and demand doesn't decrease. And my question is around that, and wondering if Stuart is able to answer or say whether stress-related absences is brought about by the increased workload pressures with a continual cut in services, if we've actually drilled down on that in terms of the continual cuts to public services that we're constantly under.
Mr. Clanahan.
Chair, I can make a general point around workload pressures, and because workload is a specific named reason within the health and safety executives list of reasons for workplace stress. And whilst I don't have the figures to hand here, there will absolutely inevitably be some work-related stress cases, which is workload related. I wouldn't have the information as to why that would be the case, but I think it's fair to say that across the kind of broader range of issues, which could be around, a lack of role clarity, a lack of some relationship challenges within the workplace, workload pressures is very much part of that. So the answer to Councillor Scobie is yes, workload pressures will account for some of that. I don't have that information to hand, and the reason for that will of course be individual to every single individual and circumstance. Thank you.
I just wonder, Chair, if there could be a way that we could record that workload pressure. Maybe in social work, it could be across the board. If I take the example of the roads depot in Stranraer, where at one time it had 60 or almost 60 a workforce, and it's down to a mere handful now. But the workload hasn't decreased, and the expectation hasn't. So, that's only an example, and if we could try and capture that in some way in terms of workload pressure.
Mr. Clanahan.
Chair, happy to come in on that. I mean, that just for Councillor Scobie's benefit, that data is available. It's something that we can report on. So we can break down the information further. And that's the benefit of moving into this sort of data rich world of HR, that that information is available and it can be shared. Not only here as appropriate, but through our conversations at Joint Safety Committee and even Audit, Risk and Scrutiny as part of the health and safety update. So that information is available.
Thanks, Stuart.
Right, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm looking particularly at pages 112 to 115, where you've got a kind of graphical breakdown of, you know, the demographic in each of the directorates, and then particularly around the sickness absence charts. So, and I just wondered, and this is again maybe what, you know, obviously there's counting and displaying, but there's also the levels of analysis that we go into in terms of intelligence we can gain from this, because I'm noticing across the different directorates, obviously there's probably a very explainable sort of differences in gender breakdown, employment basis in terms of full-time and part-time, and also age ranges as well. But then when you look at the sickness absence for each one, and I know there's a couple of pages earlier that talk about this, but so in communities and economy and resources, it's musculoskeletal disorders predominantly the largest absence reason, with non-work related stress being low. But I appreciate Communities Directorate and Economy and Resources Directorate are maybe slightly different in terms of their physicality and the nature of their work. So there's maybe a couple of different reasons for that. What intelligence do we have on that? And similarly, social work and education, and it might not be surprising, but still it's probably worth noting, the gender breakdown is predominantly female in both cases to a very great extent. But the actual top absent reasons are non-work related stress. Now I appreciate work-related stress in both of those directorates I could fully understand given the nature of the roles. But what intelligence can we have, or is there further analysis that we could know so we can actually support our staff better if these particular demographics are more likely to be off because of non-work related stress? So I suppose there's a kind of analysis question there. And also, are the demographics that we looked at earlier in terms of age protected characteristics, are they reflected in the absence stats as well, or do we have that information? Thank you.
Mr. Clanahan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the absence reasons, then Councillor Thompson is correct in around what those occupations are, what those job families are. Then they will inevitably, where there is a more physical element to the work, then there will be an increase in musculoskeletal conditions compared to other conditions, and so that evidence bears that out compared to perhaps less physical tasks where it becomes different reasons. And in fact, over the last few years, we saw an increase in surgery-related absence, which was an interesting sort of development around that. But again, we link that to our ageing workforce profile, and I think it's fair to say that, you know, the vast majority of people who are off medium to long-term sick are of increased age. And again, I think that would be a reasonable conclusion to come to. I mean, I think we always say that we have a very rich picture already of the absences, but we haven't the ability to go deeper and create more insights. And that's something that, you know, we're happy to do, you know, for future reports or in different forums. We certainly, as an HR service, we engage regularly with managers to look at those trends and patterns. And we do have our HR business partnering approach, which sits down and says, right, what are the trends here in terms of absence? What can we do about it? You know, the issue of non-work stress, the patterns that we're seeing, the evidence that that's coming back from services around that, potentially from a gender perspective, is around some of those non-workplace stress issues around family care or caring responsibilities. That's adding kind of further pressure. And of course, what we do is and the report highlights it, we offer carers support, which is really important that we do that, and it's been a really successful policy, and we'll continue to see where we can extend that in the future. And I think it's on our project plan for 2025 to look at that carers support. So again, there's ways that we can mitigate how people are in occupations are feeling, and when things are happening outside work, it affects in work. So we can separate them from a data perspective, but in reality, from a human perspective, we can't separate it. And that's why we put the comprehensive policies and processes that are agreed through members in place to ensure we're supporting people in work and out of work. Thanks, Chair.
Follow up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I appreciate that. And I think, to be fair, it's maybe something I could follow up offline after this, because there's maybe some specific questions that might be of interest to me, but nobody else. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. Make reference to pages 108, 109 when you see the figures for council teaching absence, mental health absence 24%, although down below there's been less absences this year, and especially mental health. But when you look over at council HGIC, 28.81% is mental health. And when you see that there's been an increase of about 11.3%, it's quite alarming. I know some of the figures are down, but they're quite high figures.
Mr. Clanahan.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely, and that's the reason why we report this information, because we need to see where things are improving and deteriorating as well. You know, and the SJC workforce is a larger proportion of the workforce compared to teaching staff, and that will be a contributor to that. However, you know, rest assured, not only are we trying to support staff back into work, but we're trying to help staff prevent sickness absence in the first place. And mental health support, health and wellbeing support, giving access to our wellbeing champions, that mental health training that I mentioned earlier. These are all initiatives that are designed to create as low an absence level as possible. But we can target, we can focus, and the data allows an HR service to support services where we see an increase or possibly a trend, and we can target some additional support, some additional counselling through occupational health. And obviously we've implemented our very recently our new employee benefits platform, which also highlights the fact that people can self-refer for counselling, which it's always been a bit of a challenge and a struggle to communicate as broadly and as widely as we can. And that's another opportunity to make sure people are aware that these positive interventions are there to help them stay fit physically and mentally, so that we can reduce those sickness absences. Thanks, Chair.
Right. No other hands up. We'll move to the recommendations. Members are asked to consider the workforce report, which sets out the workforce information at 31st of March. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, Chair, just if you allow me to come in here, yeah, because the recommendation does ask us to consider the workforce report. And I think just with regards to the discussion that we had on vacancies and how that can affect, you know, if there's vacancies within the department, that can lead to additional stress on the existing members, etc. Stuart has already alluded to, you know, there is a lot of work that's been done to improve vacancy management. There's also examples further on in reports about how we've tried to tackle that using measures such as grow your own and procurement. So because HR sits under enabling customer services, I wonder, you did allude to, you know, reports, future reports come, but I think it would be good to get a report to a future meeting just to kind of look at vacancies and the improvements that are being made and the challenges we still face in you know, filling some of the vacancies across the council. So if that could be considered within the report, within the recommendations, that we receive a report that looks across the council at you know, vacancy management.
Councillor Thompson, same.
Yeah, no, I was going to reference this earlier because Councillor Marshall had raised something interesting. I was actually going to pick it up in the next report to do with, I think it's maybe to do with how we recruit. So there's a tie-in, I think, between our vacancies that we have that would get reported, how we fill those vacancies and how successful we are in doing that with our interventions, the difference between internal and external recruitment and how effective both of those are. Because I think we probably get more information on our, I suppose, the whole process of external recruitment, because I think we do that using an external source, whereas internal recruitment, we don't really have a sense, especially not at member level, how well has that worked? You know, how many internal recruitments fail before it goes external? You know, there's no real data on that, and I don't know if that's the same point as Councillor Marshall's raising, but happy to support that information being brought to members, whether it's part of this report or the next one. Thank you.
Mr. Clanahan, I'm sure we could bring a report forward with the sort of vacancies how long there being vacancies across the council, etc., and how we deal with them internally and external recruitment. That'd be possible.
Agreed.
Right. Members happy with that? Right. With that, we've considered that one. Move on to the People Strategy Update 2024. This is the third annual update on progress with the Council's People Strategy. This report highlights the progress to date and progress on action since the last update on each of the 6 outcomes. James McDowell is here to assist if members have any questions, and we have Councillor Dashford.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 121 about our marketing and communications plan. Recently, the council's logo was changed, a little minor amendment to replace the ampersand with an and. This has sort of had the, I suppose you call it a benefit, but a lot of our existing physical assets, like logos on uniforms and cars and stuff, are now technically outdated. So I'm just wondering, will this logo be replaced on physical assets over time on a renewal basis? Thanks.
Ms. Meehan.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So the replacement of the ampersand, as you referred to as well, when we've done that to support accessibility, particularly on our digital resources, we did indicate that the council wouldn't be seeking to expend any resources on physical assets except when they're being replaced. So if signage was being replaced anyway, we would do that. So not trying to incur any additional costs as a result of that.
Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just got a few points. The first one is on page 122 to 123. It's 1.4. It's upskilling. I'm just wondering that it doesn't mention anywhere within the report, because it could actually fit in also in some of the other sections of it, about it does mention about developing our people, but there's no mention of grow your own, which, you know, I've already said that there is a good example of procurement later on, and know that other areas of the council are looking about growing your own. So it's just really, I wonder if, although it's not mentioned implicitly, whether or not that's part of the update going forward. The second point is with regards to page 123. And it's in relation to home working. It's on 1.4, it's the second point on previously completed. It just says that we've developed, and I welcome that, a new homework and hybrid working policy. It'd just be interesting to get a future report on, you know, the level of hybrid working or working from home, etc. Just a more detailed report on that. And then on page 124, it's under the maximising, it's the first bullet point on 124 on plan for 2024-25. It states that we're reviewing the maximising attendance policy and it's underway. I just want to know within that, are we looking at the potential as well, if there is people that are on you know, sickness leave, etc. Are we looking at where it is possible to do that there could be situations where people can't return to work, but there could be some measure of home working to kind of gradually ease them back into work or return to work. And then page 126, it actually mentions about mentoring, which fully support, and I know that that has been introduced in quite a few departments across the council. I can remember in DG First that we brought back retired employees to mentor apprentices, etc. But it would be good, maybe, and maybe not for this meeting, but maybe some examples of you know, good practice, or where we have kind of implemented a coaching and mentoring framework. And then finally, on page 131, it's really just to welcome the progress that's been made, and I think there's more detailed report on IT, etc., and all the different systems that are coming in. But I think all members would welcome, you know, the electronic appraisal. I think a lot of members over the last year, based on when we raised it with director last year, that was going to be a review of annual appraisals. So although we get them right across the council that, you know, we're not meeting the targets, I think both the council and the members are hoping that this system, when it comes in, will see a marked improvement. So it's really just to welcome that, and hopefully we will see an improvement right across the board with regards to appraisals, because it sounds as though it'll be a lot easier to kind of do the appraisal if it's electronic. Thanks for that.
Mr. McDowell. Oh, thank you. Through yourself, Chair. Just take them in order, if I may. So, absolutely, Councillor Marshall, on the upskilling element of it. There are really good examples, really good cases within the organisation of where that's happening. Grow Your Own, you know, we've various examples of that right through services, from graduate apprenticeships, you know, traineeships, studentships, you know, that they're there. And I think, you know, I just managed to hear the sort of previous conversation about the vacancies, and it's something that we're doing with services, working with services and engaging with services around about the people plans, service people plans. So when we're developing those, it's going into that granular detail and looking at if there are vacancies, are they hard to fill, can we switch them into being an apprenticeship or a traineeship to obviously encourage that grow your own, but obviously younger people into the organisation as well. So it's got that double-edged sword. So I think it's something, again, we'd be willing to build how that looks right across the organisation. I think that's where it's lacking. It's happening ad hoc. It's happening in bits and pieces across the council. So I think it's about collating that and bringing it back and showing the good practice that is out there at the moment. The home working was the second point. A future report, I've no issue with that at all. It would be through probably HR that would come as part of that suite next year. So it's something I can take back with regards to that. On the max attendance, again, it's under the HR element of it, but they do follow the development framework when it comes to developing policies. So there's quite a rigour that they go through with regarding that. Engagement and consultation is part of that with joint trade unions and staff. So again, that will all be incorporated into that. The mentoring that you touched on, would you believe we still have one of the original mentors still employed with us within the council and does a sterling job with regards to that, and it's something we would want to develop further through that framework that we talk about. We have a draft there. We're looking to roll it out and socialise it as we move forward. But again, it's getting that consistent approach when it comes to mentoring. And lastly, the appraisal. Absolutely, we're in that transition period with the appraisal. Check-ins, as it's called, using the iTrent itself. And already we're seeing signs of improvement. You know, you can see that with what's coming. But again, it is in that transition period where, you know, services are moving from the traditional manual wheel that we had before into that digital appraisal, and the training and, you know, just guidance that goes with that is taking time to work through, but you can start to see improvement within services that it's landing and people are using it as we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly, just to come back, thanks for those, James. So I noticed that the coaching and mentoring framework is planned to be completed by December. So I'm just wondering, will that feature in a report that comes to this committee just about, you know, the framework, just so that we see it, or will that be just issued to members? Or I'm just wondering how that will be adopted.
Yeah, it's something we have there in draft, and we'll start taking it through the cascade of our, you know, council management team and such like. And again, it can be shared with council members. Don't have an issue with that at all. So it's there for, you know, to get feedback on as well as in a draft format. So it's happy to do that and get some feedback. Thank you.
Mr Clanahan, you've got some points to add to this one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely. Just to help the discussion along. Obviously heard the discussion around the home working arrangements, and happy to bring back a kind of further analysis on that at a future date. And I think just to give Councillor Marshall some reassurance around sort of maximising attendance and ensuring that we can give people meaningful work before they kind of fully return to what would be their normal working arrangements. That's already happening. Yes, we've got a new policy that will be developed next year, but you know, just to give that assurance that we are allowing people to transition back into the workplace and do a little bit of work from home if the job permits that, and they're fitting well enough to do that as well. And that gives them a bit of a purpose and a boost in order for them to transition back into the workplace. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. And just quickly to come back on that, Chair, if I may. So that will be formalised then, Stuart. So it's happening at the moment, but it'll be formalised in the plan coming forward, yeah?
Indeed. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at page 118 at the top of the page where it talks about the detail and analysis. I'm looking at the engaging our people and recognising good performance. It's something that I've raised in the past at Business Bureau, and I see Vlad is in the meeting today. And it's really on engaging our people. Our people are part of the trade union, and that's with regards to reports, and that the trade unions get the opportunity to make any comments on any report that's to come forward. And that's before it is issued to elected members, so it's included in the report. It was a practice in the past, and I would hope we could bring that back so that the trade union side, as part of our people and good performance, that we include that in all reports where it's appropriate for the trade unions to make any comment, so that we can see it as elected members. Thanks, Chair.
Mr McDowell, has that changed? Because I always thought that they were sort of getting to see these reports. Could you maybe just clarify?
I'll certainly answer some of it, maybe ask Vlad to come in at some of it as well for me, but certainly any development work, any improvement work that we undertake, joint trade unions are very much around the table when it comes to those initial discussions and the whole way through it. Certainly some of the big initiatives, the big projects we've had over the last year, the joint trade unions have been part of the project working group as we move forward. So very much when that final report comes to committee, the joint trade unions have been very much involved in shaping that as it comes forward.
Mr Valiente, you want to add?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to confirm also, as well as those processes, there's other consultation processes and other governance that's set up in terms of that ongoing conversation with the unions en route to any policy developments, as well as any substantial reports that might be coming to members for decision making. That includes a process that we have in place at the moment, which is the consultation of draft reports, and these are circulated to the unions in advance of publishing these.
So, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. So a couple of points. On page 122 in the table, and it's back to this upskilling, but I just wondered, obviously some of these things have been put in place and completed last year, but I was interested to know how much have our staff been upskilled? I suppose it's a simple question. You know, how do we measure? We might be carrying out activities, but has that reduced the sort of ability gap in staff, you know, with certain subjects? Has it improved their output or service level delivery, or, you know, what impact has that had, and how much of a cohort of staff have taken that up, and how much have they improved? I suppose we have to measure something. And then the second thing is just 124, page 124, and it's back to this recruitment question again. So if I were to ask, you know, how many posts did we advertise internally, how many staff went for those posts and how many staff got an interview if they met the minimum requirements, how many did we appoint, how many couldn't we appoint, and how many went to external because we still needed to recruit. So it'd be great to have a dashboard with that type of information on it so that we know that we've got that assurance as members that there's a consistency of policy across departments, across the council. We know how much lateral movement and opportunity there is for staff who might want to take up other opportunities or move sideways or whatever it might be. We know that people are getting interviews if they meet the minimum requirements, and we know how successful that is in terms of appointing or where the gaps are, where we need to go external, and then again the statistics that relate to how many, you know, same point was made before. So can we get that report kind of routinely back to members, and is that part of the assurance that have been given already by the officers? Thank you.
Ms Meehan.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I'm not sure if Stuart's still online. I think he answered that question in the previous item, which is, yes, we can provide that information. We do collate that information. We do have it in our systems. In terms of frequency of that, we'll need to go and look at the production of a dashboard, the resources required to do that for this purpose, and indeed the frequency of that. But we'll certainly take that away as an action to look at the production of that. And certainly, I think Stuart's also taken on board the inclusion of that in the workforce reports too.
Thanks. And just quickly then, you're saying you have that data already. Would you be able to share that, please? Thanks.
I think we would share an analysis of the data, so we would need to put that through an analysis in the dashboard as you described. So we certainly record all that data, but whether we use some of that in the way that you're describing, or indeed have it collated in the way you're describing, is another thing, so we'll need to have a look at that. But we do have the data.
So, Chair, thank you. No, so I wouldn't want to be too prescriptive, because obviously I'm not an expert, but I mean, it would be helpful just if there was a digestible form of displaying or presenting that data. But if you have it already, I'd be grateful if you could share it. Thank you.
Certainly. As said before, we will.
Right, no more hands up. Move to recommendations. We're asked to 1, review the progress made under the People Strategy 21-26 through the action plan updated in the appendix, and 2, note the update of progress in the development of measurement framework for assessing impact and success of the People Strategy set out at paragraphs 4.3 to 4.5, and we had the actions that will be taken forward as detailed. Are we happy with that? No dissent. It's 12:30. We've been here 2 hours. Do members wish a break at this point? Yes? Right. If we'll take a break for half an hour, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Move on to item 11, Assessor and Electoral Registration Officer 6-month assessment. The next 4 reports provide members with performance updates on the delivery of the 4 service plans which this committee has oversight of. The first update in performance is from the Assessor and Electoral Registration Officer, covering the 6-month period to the 30th September 2024. Alex Clark and Robert Neville are here to assist members if there are any questions. Over to members. Doesn't seem. Oh, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of slight questions. One for clarity. On page 136, the disposal of revaluation proposals. I've read it a number of times. I'm still not clear as to what exactly that is. And on the second bullet point, it talks about the guidelines around self-catering annual write-outs and the conditions that are required for it to be a self-catering property. Do we know how many are registered that fail to actually comply with the necessary requirements? Thanks.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much, Councillor McFarlane. If I maybe deal with, thank you for the questions. Disposal of revaluation 23 proposals. What are they? The assessor carried out a revaluation 2023 of all non-domestic rating subjects. So what we had there, we had 400 odd revaluation, 23 proposals that were lodged with the assessor. Just as an aside, you know, current revaluations are going back. That figure was usually about 2,000 or 3,000. So with the new guidelines and perhaps more onerous to make a revaluation 23 proposal in terms of written statement and whatnot, that's why I have a lower number. Just to give a bit of confidence or a bit of context, by the end of this year we'll have dealt with the best part of half of those. I would also add that this assessor as well is part of the Scottish Assessors Association. We also deal with carrying out, looking after revaluation 23 proposals for others around Scotland. So I'd like to think that we've made our mark nationally as well over a number of subjects, garden centres to livestock auction markets to quarries to landfill site. So hopefully that answers the first question. If I could go into the second one, if there's no further comeback. Self-catering. Self-catering's an interesting one. We had a Barclay review a number of years back, and one of the major changes with Barclay looked at a whole review of non-domestic rating, probably the biggest change that we've seen for decades. One of those was an annual write-out or review of all self-catering subjects. To cut to the chase, with amending legislation April this year, where they put a 56-day proviso. What that basically means is that the assessor writes out single letter and certain criteria must be met. But just some of the points that you made surrounding self-catering, really it has to be let for a commercial gain, a profit. But importantly, it needs to be let for a minimum of 70 days a year. So what we did, the figures are in the plan. We wrote out to circa, I think it was 1189 properties that were in self-catering with this declaration. However, I did have reservations because what we did or how we drove that annual write-out, we used it as an exercise, almost like a mini call centre, and an excellent opportunity to do quite a bit of customer engagement, because I had fears, and my fears were that halfway through the 56 days that the taxpayer has to get back to me, I'd maybe only had half returns in. Now, basically, if I'd sat on that at the end of the process, I could be making 400 or 500 council tax entries, and that's not something that rested well with me and other colleagues around Scotland, or certain colleagues. So what we did, we actively engaged with the taxpayer, and at the end of this process, we will probably put about 150 back into council tax, which is a sort of percentage of my 1189, is something that I'm more comfortable with. But I'm also really happy that we've carried out our due diligence, and again, a byproduct was that it was an excellent chance to engage with the taxpayer. Hopefully that covers both points.
No, thank you for that. That was very comprehensive, particularly second response. Just one more little point. On page 144, we're talking about the risk, and the current risk in relation to that. We're in the red. I have read the narrative there, but I wonder if you could just talk us around that, please, as to how we get from red to a more sustainable and safer approach. Thanks.
If you could help me out here, Councillor McFarlane, was that on the performance indicator for non-domestic rating? For
failure to deliver critical essential services on page 144. Thanks.
Yeah. Stated in the past that we've created a strong holding position at Assessor and ERO. We've had a bit of turnover in staff, colleagues more importantly, from really earlier in this year. We're probably down 25 to 30% in staff. However, as on record by myself, we have created an excellent holding position, and we have maintained performance indicators in most areas. However, at my final interview recently, I was asked about resilience and about the service in this area. And for me, it's an opportunity. I gave a 5-year plan, and we're actually currently we're undertaking a service review, and we're quite well into that. So what I'm hoping by April next year, we'll be in a position to sort of job match, recruit, and we'll bring back in front of elected members a new service or a new structure for the assessor that will hopefully take us forward and improve in certain areas.
Right. I think one of the points that maybe raises, you've mentioned that you had a turnover of staff. One of the things that we were picking up earlier this morning was on vacancies and your ability to recruit to those vacancies. Are the staff there or are they not? Or the applicants there, should we say? Are you one of the services where finding applicants seems to be an issue?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll probably start off there by giving a bit of background, a bit of context. If the assessor in ERO goes to market for a charter surveyor just now, extremely difficult to recruit because they're not there. Even doubly difficult in getting a charter surveyor with a rating council tax experience, which ultimately that's what we're after. However, with that context in mind, we have, over a number of years now, we're well down the journey of trainee valuers. I have 5 trainee valuers at the moment. I'm absolutely delighted to say that I had one fully qualified last week, got his charter surveyor's status. So it's coming to fruition, and hopefully that'll be a conveyor belt in the future, and perhaps going back to the service review, looking at various areas whereby it would be my thoughts to create clear career progression path, and also to maybe bring in some sort of differing roles to the bottom of the structure, in terms of whether it be property assistant, whether it be. But if you're looking at my service just now, and in terms of the service review, I do feel I'm extremely lucky and that have a number of colleagues that are still experienced. I have that there. So I have the nucleus of a very good staff that have taken us through a full Westminster election, and will take us through a draft revaluation next year. But yeah, absolutely, we need to reinvest. I do have the key staff there, but it's a case of grow our own, and that's the way I see it.
Well, I think that's covers quite a lot of things we had this morning, which were, you know, examples of grow your own. It was examples of mentoring. You say there's staff there that are experienced that can pass that down. So possibly in your one service, you've covered a lot of the questions we were asking earlier. So thanks for that. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a question about the town has a number of empty shops within the town, and sometimes they're let out on short-term leases. I just wonder how that affects the valuation roll or the rates payable on each of these buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Slater. There's probably two parts to that. One being under my remit. Yeah, absolutely. I'm the one that puts a rateable value on a property for non-domestic rating. I suppose the most succinct answer to that is that I have a revaluation next year. And where I'm going with this is that that gives me an opportunity to review from afresh exactly what's in front of me. And I take your point, there are a number of empty units on the high street at the moment. I have been recording that, I have been looking at a bit of the data, and I'll be writing out next year under an assessor's information notice to try and get a look at exactly what's going on in high streets across Dumfries and Galloway and in other areas or subjects that I have. And that will then give me the ability to perhaps set different rates for those subjects, because it's quite apparent to myself and others that there is a struggle in the high street. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And really what I need to do, I need to get a bit of that evidence. That's why I write out, that's why I chase people for evidence, to then try and analyse that and then reflect that and perhaps reduce the rateable values. But I absolutely take your point, especially Dumfries, with there are a number of empty units. And again, I have been keeping data over quarterly periods or 6 monthly periods just to see how the empties or to see the turnover in tenants, if I could call it that. With regard to the payment of rates or the actual application of empty relief, that's really one for my colleagues at Revenue Services. I have no remit in that, but they look after that area of the business.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report and congratulations on your substantive role. Question on page 137, 4.13 postal vote refresh. You say in the report that this will be required now to be done annually given the legislative diversions across the various countries in the UK. Question is basically, do we have the capacity to do this, and are we prepared to do this, and also to keep the electorate informed regarding what is a very confusing landscape, and we saw that this year. It's a very confusing landscape. That isn't a blame thing about you guys. It's just the whole postal vote concept can be quite confusing for people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, Councillor Dorward. I'll maybe start with the strategic, I suppose, the divergence. Yeah, it is a difficult landscape out there when you look at the Scottish parliamentary background in Westminster, and there is divergence, there is difference in the way that we apply the rules around whether it be postal voting right across a whole number of areas. I suppose I'll come in that with that there is legislation at Scottish Parliament just now, which is at stage 3. It's electoral reform bill, and I certainly haven't had a look at that bill legislation to be perhaps that there are a number of areas in there where I think it's quite apparent that both governments are maybe working towards closing that divergence, if I can call it that. I'm also a member of the Scottish Assessors Association Electoral Registration Committee, and there has been quite a bit of discussion about that just now, both from representatives across both parliaments. Hopefully that answers the question on the divergence part. Operationally, if I've picked matters up correctly, we're well on our way to carrying out that activity, postal vote refresh. Best part of 7,000 letters will go out in January, and we'll drive that accordingly. Again, one of my priorities for early next year. So just to allay any fears, we're well on top of that one, and we'll drive matters accordingly in January.
I don't notice any other hands up. So if we go to recommendations, members are asked to review the 6-month summary of performance for the Assessor and Electoral Registration Officer business plan for the period 1st April to the 30th of September 2024, which includes the performance information on health and safety and the management of risks within the Services Risk Register, Appendix 1. And 2.2, scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target. Members happy with that? Great. Move on to item 12, which is Governance and Human Resources Service 6-month assessment of the Service Plan 2024-25. Next report is a performance update for the Governance and Human Resources Service. Vlad Valiente is here to assist if members have any questions. Over to members. Don't see any hands up. Mr. Valiente, you.
Yeah, through yourself, Chair. Yeah, just in line with some of the discussions that I've had earlier in terms of workforce, I thought probably best to start with kind of celebrating success part of it. As members will be aware, there was an investment in legal services, and as members will be aware, there's significant issues in terms of workforce recruitment across probably all our workforce, but in particular around some of those kind of professional type roles. So in that regard, we've gone a long way in terms of that recruitment, but importantly, in terms of that kind of succession management and in essence grow your own, I can report that, and it's hot off the press in terms of only last week, this came to conclusion that we've now offered and they've accepted 3 trainee solicitor posts, and that they will be starting in the next few weeks. So you'll see 3 trainees starting. The trainee solicitor posts we already had within our overall review and investment from the council on that, but we've actually turned one of the fully qualified posts into a trainee post to allow for that succession management, and simply just because of the recruitment problems that we've had, but also that we see that as the future, and therefore we've thought outside the box as such in terms of that, and that's the pipeline. So just for clarity, trainee solicitors are a 2-year post, and they'll qualify at the end of that, and obviously the idea at the end of that is that there will hopefully be available vacancies in a fully qualified capacity for those trainees.
We have Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just on the performance report on page 164, we have a couple of items there in relation to complaints, CW11 GHR and CW13 GHR. And if you refer to the exception reports on page 176 and 177, I just wonder, I mean, they both say the information governance team will continue to provide more targeted help. I'm wondering how we got into this position whereby the performance is not as well as it might be expected, and and why the help hasn't been provided before, and if it has, how do we expect it to be successful on this occasion? And then similarly, a question on page 168, similar to the last one, whereby we're performing not particularly well. Sorry, 169, where we're still in the red, GHR 03, and wondering how we get to the targeted risk, which seems some way off. Thank you.
Mr Valiente.
Thank you through yourself, Chair. If I caught that right, these are in response to the stage 1 and stage 2 complaints, is that correct? So hopefully, as detailed in the kind of exception reports in the appendix, you'll note, probably importantly, that these are relatively low numbers of complaints. However, as you'll see, particularly in terms of that stage 2, where we've had, if I recall correctly, just the one complaint, but even though we've agreed an extension period, we still need to report that as not meeting the target, simply because of the kind of statutory reporting process around that. In terms of the other ones, which are kind of stage 1, you'll see that we're looking to obviously address those at first instance and ensure that moving forward we try and do them as quickly as possible, most importantly within the time scale. And we know that we have done quite a bit of training for all staff, not just within governance and assurance, but for all staff across the council in terms of complaints handling, and that's part and parcel of the mitigations that we're taking in terms of addressing those. Hopefully that answers the question.
I think there was a second part as well, which was page 169, the risk register, code GHR03, and your current risk is in a red section, although target risks in green. Just wondering how that was going to be moved to the green.
Yes, thank you. I think quite a lot of these, in terms of the risks, are interlinked and interplaying to each other. And as you'll see, we've got in page 167, failure to ensure the council complies with statutory responsibilities and regulations, and that very much goes hand in hand with the failure to deliver critical essential services and the potential risks around that. Obviously the council's investment in the overall kind of governance service, but in particular the legal service in terms of ensuring compliance and ensuring compliance at time of critical times that we've had, and certainly of late, is really important. And therefore we are obviously, in terms of implementing that investment and implementing what I mentioned earlier in terms of the recruitment, will go a long way to addressing both of these risks, but in particularly overall failure to deliver critical essential services, which were there as an enabling service for the full council to ensure that we assist our colleagues to deliver their relevant parts of critical services.
Could I just remind members to switch their cameras off if they're not addressing the meeting? Councillor Mail. Move on to Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. That's really good news about trainee solicitors. Probably challenging there. How does that work in terms of any trainee? Do we sponsor their training as a council? And if there are vacancies, let's live in an ideal world that there are vacancies and we can employ them. How do we encourage folk to stay with us when they've completed their training and gained the qualifications? Or do we encourage folk? I know it's a challenging one. I think I've used encourage in the right way as opposed to anything else. Thank you.
Through yourself, Chair. Yeah, and these are the discussions that we're probably having at a national level as well, in terms of the Society of Local Authority Lawyers and Administrators, and also my role within the Law Society, because this is an issue right across the whole of Scotland in terms of maintaining particularly the trainee element of things once they've qualified. So just to give maybe a wee bit of an overview in terms of the legal profession, there's a very clear bottleneck in terms of getting into that profession. So getting into a trainee solicitor type post is probably where the bottleneck mainly lies. Thereafter, once qualified, then doors appear to open, and you'll see that solicitors will either move across public sector, for example, or they'll move to the private sector. So that's ongoing. And we recognise that there might be a relative element of a revolving door in terms of that. But in terms of how do we encourage and ensure that our staff remain, especially after a significant two-year investment, is a number of factors, and actually one of them probably kind of highlights the importance of doing these things, which is one of them is to celebrate success. So as an example, we nominated, rightly so, one of our solicitors for an award. They didn't win the award, but they were a finalist within that, and that has been mentioned by some of those that have recently been recruited as one of the instigators for actually applying here, because they were able to see that. They were, and obviously from a marketing perspective, we put ourselves out there quite clearly as an employer you would want to work for. So that's one part of it. The traineeship itself is another part of it. I think that's really important. Having had the privilege of doing my own traineeship within a local authority, the breadth of experience that you get in a local authority, the exposure to elected members, etc., it's all invaluable. And I think if you enjoy that, and you don't have to, you know, there's so much work within a local authority that you have the option of choosing what type of law you wish to do within a local authority kind of realm, and also thereafter to progress your career within that. So in terms of development, the traineeships will involve a kind of, if we call it, statutory process that the Law Society has. We have to tick for the Law Society in terms of specific courses that are only certain courses that they can run. But on top of that, there's that kind of mentoring and coaching that goes on throughout the traineeship, and the Law Society expects that to be happening, as well as ongoing checks in terms of the quality of the work, etc. But there's a number of things that obviously we wish to encourage our trainee solicitors to take on, which goes beyond that in terms of CPD, and also in terms of encouraging them to stay on. And one of those is, of course, that during the traineeship there's an expectation that they move to the area for that 2-year period, and therefore hoping that once they set up roots and so on in the area, then we can encourage them to stay on thereafter once qualified.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, afternoon, Vlad. Just a couple of things here, and I suppose it's probably too minute an issue to actually give us a real explanation today, but the progress reports, if you look at SDO1, for example, SDO3, C102, they've had some considerable time, and SDO1 has the example, 1st of April 21 to the 31st of March 25, it's only 50% complete. Yet it says here that it's on target. If it's a 4-year programme and you've only got 6 months left or thereabout, suggest that we're probably falling behind schedule there. And the same with the one I'm really worried about here is the physical record consolidation one, which is due to finish on the 31st of December this year and was started on the 1st of September 2022, and it's only 50% complete. Might be, and then the other one, C102, the review taxi provision, again has to be finished by the end of this year, and it's 66% complete. Yeah, and the other bit, I think, which is the biggest concern I've got, is in the risk register. It's at GHR01, and it's moved into the current risk is almost in the red, which is actually worsened rather than got better. Now, I suppose we should really have had a bit more meat in the bones for that one, Vlad, just to explain to us exactly where we are with it. I think that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Valiente.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Absolutely understand where Councillor Ferguson's coming from. I think maybe the kind of overview I would give is that officers and the team has inputted into these kind of progress reporting as best we can in terms of where we are, and that's a reflection of where we think we'll get to. I understand, for example, in terms of the first one, implementation of the licensing and quality actions, we still have until March 2025 to implement that, and I think 50% is accurate in that regard. The physical record consolidation, can't speak specifically around that in terms of where we're at exactly. I don't know if Nick can maybe assist from his end on where we are, but I know that we've made significant progress in that regard. So obviously if we failed to make these or any of these, then the reporting at the end of year will indicate that, and will give the reasons and justifications as to why that might have been. But at the moment, in that kind of overview, is these are accurate figures and performance reporting to yourselves as members.
Mr. Evans.
Just a comment, Chair. Yes, the Records Management Officer continues to work with departments in terms of that physical consolidation of records. There have been some glitches along the way, so to speak, but progress on the plan gets regularly reported to the Information Management Group, and progress continues to be made. So we anticipate it will be there or thereabouts, but we can certainly update it in due course as to how much in excess of 50% we will be by year end. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a question for Vlad. Just to say it's good to see we've got more solicitors coming on board. But it's a general thing about employing people. It seems to be, is it difficult to get people with the right qualifications to employ them? Or is it the fact that, is it due to salaries or something else that it's difficult to get people on board? Thank you.
Mr. Valiente.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's probably a number of factors. You're correct to point to salary as one of those, in terms of particularly when we're competing with the commercial sector. So to give you an example, those who have kind of commercial legal expertise will have a significant advantage in terms of the commercial sector and their salaries in recruitment, whereas in other areas we may have actually an advantage. So there's certain areas of law that we are experts and that we do within local government, and that we may have the advantage in that regard. So there is a number of factors in terms of salaries and other factors as well. I think being an employer of choice is important in terms of your flexible working arrangements, your family accommodation, etc. That's all advantageous, and again I would suggest that we probably have a good starting point from the commercial sector on that one. However, the geography might also be an issue at times, where, as we know, the bulk of the kind of workforce in Scotland is within that central belt area. So we are, all of that is taken in cognizance when we're recruiting, and in essence, I think my aim and objectives first and foremost to cast the net as wide as we can, to advertise it as best we can, to market ourselves in every way possible, to sell the area, to sell the council and the good work that we're doing. And then thereafter, if we are unsuccessful, which does happen in terms of that recruitment, to look outside the box and to see how we can actually have the pipeline for those other trainee solicitors or any other apprentices and so on coming through.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Right, I have no other speakers indicating they wish to speak, so move to recommendations. Members are asked to review the summary of performance for the Governance and Human Resource Plan for the period 1st April 24 to 30 September 24, which includes Council Plan delivery, Service Plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific, council-wide, including health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the Service Risk Register, Appendix 1. 2.2, scrutinise exception reporting and consider whether actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target, Appendix 2, and agree the proposed amendments to current governance and human resources service plan measures at Appendix 3. Members happy to agree those recommendations? No dissent. We'll move on to item 13, which is Customer and Digital 6-month assessment, 1st April to 30 September. This report is the performance update for the Customer and Digital Service. Mike Shepley is here to assist if members have any questions. Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. A good report. I notice on page 183, 4.53, it says 175 council offices now have Wi-Fi. And looking at page 188, it says delivery additional council sites. Can I ask, does this include town halls? Because I think at the election of the new council 2 years ago, we had a breakout with the youth. And then one of the groups I was in, they asked what the problems was locally. And I don't know if the director was there or not in your group, but myself and some of the youth council said that the lack of Wi-Fi facilities in local town halls was a concern to them. But I don't know, is this included, Mike, or is this just for main council offices?
Mr. Shepley or Mr. Pocock?
It just includes the main council offices that we have existing connectivity to. So it doesn't include some of the smaller community halls and town halls that we have. So if we do have an existing connection in there, and we do have staff based there, then we'd have put in public Wi-Fi.
Councillor Dashbaugh.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 189, improvement project to support staff health and wellbeing, which is 33% complete up to now. Could we just get some more information on that? What specific activities are we doing to do that, and how are we measuring it? Thanks.
Mr. Shepley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. In terms of health and wellbeing, that underwent a transition from one service to another, and what has been firmly established is the Strategic Health and Wellbeing group meetings that meet every 6 weeks and have started work on formulating a new refreshed plan for 2025. There is work that continues, such as been mentioned earlier on, around mental health training for managers, and obviously the utilisation of occupational health with regards to mental health issues for staff in general, and obviously regular communications and debates with regards to the implementation of fresh approaches, such as the introduction of the wellbeing champions that occurred earlier this year. Thank you, Chair.
And if there's a plan for 2025, will members have oversight of that plan? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. That plan will be socialised with all key stakeholder groups, not just elected members, but trade unions as well, who will actually are part of the Strategic Health and Wellbeing Group, as well as input from staff as well, and that will be communicated out through various platforms, chair, vice chair meetings, and future committee meetings. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 206, and having read the explanation in the narrative, it seems to suggest that perhaps we haven't set the indicator properly, or actually we're not capable of collecting that data. So I just wonder if Mike could just talk us through that and help me understand it a wee bit better. Thanks.
Mr. Shepley.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. You may recall earlier this year that the question was raised around exit interviews and our ability to collect the data on something that is based on a voluntary proposition. So following that discussion at committee earlier this year, we have gone back and hence put this exception report together to indicate the changes that we are making to the procedure around exit interviews, and put in the onus very much with managers to work with individuals, that whilst this is a voluntary situation for staff to complete an exit interviews, we would wish to measure that we have at least offered the offer of undertaking an exit interview, and therefore we can report back at a future committee date with regards to the performance of our ability to offer, irrespective of whether that's taken up by a member of staff or otherwise. Thank you.
And Councillor Slater.
Yes, Chair, thank you for that. It's a kind of general question, this really, whether it affects this department or not. The fact is that the online service providers are taking away our house telephones. I found that out recently. Suddenly it doesn't work anymore. When you do need new deals with them, they also put you up about £3 a year. But what I'm saying, this might affect social services more, but what they're doing is they're taking away, and obviously it looks as if everybody will have to be on broadband, which ranges from about £25 a year to £40 a year. So what I'm really saying here is, if they take the telephones away, how does the system work for the likes of the disabled people and things like that in their houses when they've got on-call systems? That's really a question that I can maybe ask yourself, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Shepley, I take it that you'll go into a digital platform instead of a sort of little copper lines.
Yes, just to briefly summarise, obviously the decision, and I think we touched on this at a previous committee, Council, with regards to the remit of the Council with regards to connectivity, and obviously the provision of analogue or digital services through BT and other providers. Certainly through the work that we've talked about with regards to connectivity and the SWAN project, we work very much in partnership with BT and make them aware of our issues regionally, but equally through our approach around telehealthcare and the work that's being done at a national level, and we bring that down to very much our local requirements, that we very much will continue to work to mitigate against those risks. But equally, we have to be mindful that some of the decisions are out with our jurisdiction and lie elsewhere, such as with BT. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's actually on page 197, and it's the risk matrices in relation to CD03. So in terms of so I think the idea here is the measures that have been sort of put forward will reduce the impact in terms of the target risk. But the half-year position, the narrative speaks about BTS has done a kind of a audit, if you like, of what's going to be looked at for the next 5 years and identified recurring and non-recurring requirements. Is there any, where might we find the detail of what those non-recurring requirements are, basically, and will that be sufficient to reduce that the impact of that risk? And the second point is maybe touching on what Councillor Stitt mentioned earlier about public buildings. So I appreciate council offices have maybe been the focus, but clearly in terms of digital exclusion, a lot of community groups in rural areas might find that their best community source of internet is a council building that isn't necessarily a council office, but is there scope to maybe include that in terms of how we reduce digital exclusion for our rural communities? Because I think we do acknowledge it's an unlevel or uneven playing field, given the nature of the geography of the region. Thank you.
Ms. Meehan, do you want to come in on the Wi-Fi?
Yes, thanks, Chair. And I'll invite James in. So just to clarify, the offer of public Wi-Fi is in all council buildings that were digitally connected. So that includes our customer service centres, libraries, public offices, ERCs, everything that has a connection where we established up a connection. Any additional connections would cost more money. So obviously if members want to invest in further connections, we can achieve that. But we certainly have a number of premises that are available both to the public and the community who use them regularly and use the Wi-Fi within those services, as well as office buildings like this, which also has public Wi-Fi available to the community as well. And we have certainly kept tabs with youth services in terms of the commitment that we made, which a number of their services, it's about using the offices and spaces that were already available to them, like the Oasis and other places that we've done that. But certainly if there was an extension out into community halls and other things, then we would certainly examine that. I don't know if James has anything else to add.
And the risk register one?
Sorry, Chair. With regards to the risk register and the aspect of the funding over the next 5 years in terms of the plan, I'd like to hand that one to James to feedback.
So we've done quite a bit of work over the past 14 months or so, and that's kind of reflected in the paper later on around about our capital investment, which is that kind of one-off non-recurring funding. Previously we'd taken a little bit of a short-term view to that, but we've now got a better understanding of what we need to replace, when we need to replace it, so we're able to kind of forecast that out a little bit further, and we've been speaking to finance colleagues about that on a regular basis. I guess the challenge that we kind of face is that, as you'll know yourselves, is that we kind of move to a more of a subscription revenue type model as well. So it's that balance that we're currently looking at the moment, and that's a piece of ongoing conversation with colleagues in finance.
Hopefully that covers those points. Councillor Thompson, you want back in on that?
Yeah, I was just wondering, given the paper we had this morning, just in terms of that, I suppose, pushing back that inflation figure maybe for a year, to 2 years rather than 1 year, and just in terms of as we move to subscription and license-based products, that would have a material effect. I think licensing for software and systems is one of the areas of cost pressure that we're now facing more and more the more we embrace that way of working. But inflationary uplifts in terms of annual subscription fees, for example, are very common, and I think will that have an impact on what we thought we knew for the next 5 years, given that what we heard earlier was inflation is likely to stay high for a bit longer than we first anticipated.
Mr. Pocock?
No, absolutely, it does have an impact. I think where we are in terms of our procurement cycles and working with our colleagues in procurement to try and mitigate some of those inflationary pressures. for as long as possible throughout the duration of the contract is kind of the conversations that we're having with colleagues in finance and procurement on that at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. It's actually, I'm referring to some of the answer Councillor Slater got about the different types of telephone lines, and I'm wondering if I'll be straight up. I've got an EMES in just now about at least one community centre in my ward whose exclusive line for the burglar alarm has now gone dead because the contract with BT is finished. And it was a council line. They didn't know anything about it. They just told quite recently that their alarm wasn't linked to anyone. I suppose so the question is, are we aware just how many other facilities are in the same position as that? And how many exclusive lines did we have as a council, which might have been taken over either by asset transfer, which is a different matter, but certainly if they're leased. Where we're going to go with that, it's quite worrying that if all of a sudden we you know, local groups who are just happy to go along and help their community and all of a sudden find out that they've not been covered, and if they have a break-in, a lot of damage done, for example, the break-in, the insurance would cover it. Is there any way we can find out just to what extent that problem is within the council? It might be a corporate landlord responsibility, I'm not too sure. So I'd be happy, Mike, if you can guide me where to take this, if it's not through you.
Mr. Shepley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. We will take this offline, if that's okay, and have a discussion with our property partners with regards to the ask for information. Obviously, that's not something that we would have here present today, but I'm content to take that and discuss that with property and come back to elected members. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks for that. No other hands up. Move to recommendations. Members are asked to review the summary of performance for the customer and digital plan for the period 1st April 2024 to 30th September 2024, which includes council plan delivery, service plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific, council-wide, including health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the Service Risk Register, Appendix 1. Scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target, Appendix 2, and agree the proposed amendments to the current customer and digital service plan measures, Appendix 3. So are members happy to agree those recommendations? No dissent. Move on to item 14, which is Finance and Procurement 6-month assessment, 1st April 24 to 30th September 24. The final 6-month assessment report is the performance update for the Finance and Procurement Service. And I'm not sure if Gillian's online and Malcolm Anderson are here to assist if members have any questions. Oh, it's Mr. Wilson. Right, Lindsay. Right, over to members. Any questions? Oh, might be getting away quite. Did I see him? Oh, Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. It's a somewhat pedantic question, but it's page 221, 4.5, and it's the 6th bullet point down. Now, all the other descriptors are self-evident, and in regard to the 6th bullet point, any attempt to community wealth building has to be encouraged and supported, but I don't really understand the phraseology around it. So, it's an established community wealth building partnership arrangement established with other local and institutions, and a baseline position has been established. Can you unravel that and explain it, what that actually means in layman's terms, please. It's page 221, 4.5, the 6th bullet point. It's about community wealth building. I just don't understand the descriptor. It seems that three times the word established has been used.
Mr. Anderson, could you use your microphone? There's a button that says speak.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, it's the first time I've been in front of committee. Okay, the Community Wealth Building Partnership, so we've reached out to a number of local partners. We have an action plan in place to grow community wealth through a number of programmes, community benefits being one of those. So the partnership, we're looking at additional resources that we've taken on recently to develop community wealth building along with our employability colleagues. So there's a number of different elements that we're pulling together to push the community wealth building partnership.
Councillor Darwin.
Thank you for that. It is, I didn't know how to use that either when I first came, so don't worry about it. I think that the issue for me, and I get where you're coming from, so it's kind of a new initiative. However, would it be possible to get some more information going forward, either as a report to this committee? I don't want to put any pressure on just now, or just an email out to sort of expand on what's happening. Is that reasonable? Thank you.
Ms. Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would be possible to do that. Certainly there's reports later in the committee where some of that might be picked up, but we'll certainly give a document out and explain that further to members.
No other hands up. If we move to recommendations, members are asked to review the summary of performance for the finance and procurement plan for the period of 1st April to 30th September, which includes council plan delivery, service plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific council-wide, including health and safety and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the services risk register Appendix 1, and scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target. Members happy to agree those? Now move on to item 15, Digital Progress Report. This report provides elected members with the latest progress on the Digital Strategy Implementation Plan and the key steps to support the achievement of the Digital Strategy objectives, to support change and efficiency in the Council's effective use of digital technologies. We have members are also advised that this includes information on the progress of the Digital Experience Project through the development of the Council's website. We have James Pocock and David Sawyer are here to assist if members have any questions. There's a few hands up here. This must be exciting. Councillor Dashburn.
Thanks, Chair. Page 267, I'm looking at the upgrade to the hybrid committee system in Council HQ and the wider Council HQ refurbishment. Target date January 25th. That's getting closer all the time, so I'm just wondering, is that feasible? Thanks.
Mr. Pocock.
I think in reality, no. Is the honest answer there. We'll need to pick up with colleagues in governance and also colleagues in property as well to combine the two pieces of work together that's linked, but we'll reflect that more accurately in the next update.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm one of the excited people that wants to kind of speak on this. Actually, with the reports we have been getting on a periodic basis in the past, I am very encouraged by the progress that's being made, particularly in digital enhancement. There's a lot of work in there, but it's really to commend probably Mike, James and David for the progress that's being made. I did have the pleasure of trying out, signing up for a new garden waste bin through the QR code, etc. And I found it a very quick and efficient service to actually sign up to that. The question I have though is, because we're looking to enhance the customer experience for, you know, the citizens of Dumfries and Galloway by making it easier to actually report whether it's potholes or, you know, waste issues, etc. We're heading in the right direction. Just wondering, is within the plans, is there plans to actually have small videos put on the council website to show the process of actually doing that? Because I think that would benefit members and members of the public, you know, just how you access the system, etc. But good progress today, and it seems to be all coming together.
Hi, thanks, Councillor. There are no plans to do that at the moment, but it's something we can consider as part of the phase 1 of the Digital Experience Project. Thanks, Chair.
And Councillor Slater.
Yes, Chair, thank you. It's regarding reporting potholes and this new system they're going to put in, where at the moment I can send photographs in exactly where it is, geostational where it is, the exact spot where it is. The engineer can look at it online and decide whether it's how important it is, and they can either go. But a dot in the map is not sufficient, I think. I think you're going backwards a little bit there. I think you really, because a photograph will tell 1,000 words in an instant, and the engineer can go, he knows what he needs before he goes, so you can see the pothole. I do that as well. I film the road sometimes with potholes. The only thing my camera can't do with driving is it can't see how deep the pothole is, but I believe your system can't do that either at this point in time. So I think that small clips of film sent in by people and photographs, particularly photographs, should be kept in some way. Thank you.
Mr. Pocock.
No, absolutely. And I think in this first phase, as colleagues in the road service implemented a new asset management system, the first part of the project was to try and replicate and improve as best we can the process, recognising that they were implementing a new system. But what you've outlined in terms of that ability to attach photographs and additional information is absolutely something we will consider as part of a second phase piece of work to improve the online reporting process for all defects.
Yes, thank you for that. I must admit that is very important, because the photograph says firstly what's wrong with that part of the road. Whereas I said before, a dot on the map could be anywhere. It could be on the pavement, it could be on the road, but the photograph defines exactly where it is. So it is important that it would save time and effort and money and the people who have to repair the road as well. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Looking at page 262, Digital Experience Project Phase 1, it says it's amber, due for completion May 25. Just wondering where the progress is in relation to that, because looking at the list that's there, much of that has already been done. So just querying really what else is left to be done. Thanks.
Hi, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, phase 1 of the Digital Experience Project is essentially completing all 17 sections of the corporate website, plus approximately 9 subsites and microsites. So we are 9 sections in. We're currently engaged in 2 of the sections, which one will finish by the end of December, one will finish by the end of January. Then we have 6, if you like, of the smaller sections to finish between January and May. So we are completely on track to finish this at the moment. So I hope that provides some reassurance. Thanks.
Excellent, thanks.
Right, no other hands up. Move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the progress update on the Digital Strategy Implementation Plan up to the 30th of September 2024, which contributes to the Council Plan delivery and support, improve customer service, financial sustainability and service efficiencies, as detailed in Section 4 and in the appendix. Members happy to note? Right, we are. Move on to item 16, ICT Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme 24-25, Monitoring Report Quarter 2. Members are presented with the net spend position at the end of September 2024 for the ICT Business Systems Asset Class Capital Programme projects. Mr Pocock is here again to assist if members have any questions. Don't see any hands up just now. No, nothing coming forward. Members, if there's no questions in this one, we'll move to recommendation. Oh, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just one very brief question on page 286. Talking about economy, there's diversified growing local economy benefits all. In excess of 78 million of procurement expenses.
Could you just repeat the number? Was it 286? Because that's on item 17. We're on 16 just now.
Terrible, sorry.
Which was the previous one. But I'll ask you to come in first on the next one. If there's no questions on item 16, where members are asked to note the ICT Business Systems Asset Class Programme progress for 2024-25 as set out in Appendix 1, and note the key project updates in the asset class as detailed in paragraphs 4.6 to 4.13, and an at-glance tracker for projects included in the asset class outlined in Appendix 2. No issues with that one. Right. Move on to item 17 now. Procurement Annual Report for financial year. This report has been produced to ensure the Council meets its obligations under the Procurement Reform Scotland Act 2014, and members are invited to review and agree the proposed Procurement Annual Report for financial year 23-24. Got Malcolm Anderson and Rebecca Scott are here to assist if members have questions. Over to Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Chair. How did you know? Yeah, page 286. We've got in excess of 78 million of procurement spends has gone to DEG Economy. This is a significant increase to 56 million, so I'm just wondering how come we've managed to spend more? Is it inflationary, or are we actually investing more? Thank you.
Mr Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. We are currently working with colleagues to look at any inflation that's going to impact on our current contracts and future contracts.
And I think it was more just, is the increase that we're actually spending more, or is it in there, or is an inflation increase that's caused the increase in spending?
Thank you. I'll just hand my colleagues get something further just to say on it.
Thank you. In the kind of the financial period that we're talking of, there was larger kind of construction projects over that year period. So that is where the kind of increase mainly comes from, is what's been highlighted.
So we are spending more, thank you.
No. Councillor Marshall, then Councillor Dorward.
Yeah, thanks. And with that clarification, it's really just to welcome the increase in the local economy in that financial year 2003-24. It's really encouraging report. You know, when you look at the restructuring, etc., and you know, all the benefits that seems to have provided. One request maybe, and I don't know if it's possible, but when we look at Annex A and the summary of regulated contracts awarded during financial year 2023-24, I wonder if for the next financial year, when it comes to reporting that, we can maybe indicate which ones are local contracts that have been placed. That would be helpful, because we have got quite a lot of detail in the next report about local contracts being placed. So I just wonder if that was possible to be done for the next year.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll see in the next report, we've got an annex that very much has a list of our local contract spend. So happy to take that on board and take that action going forward.
Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. Refer you to page 310 of the actual report itself, and item 4.2, supported businesses and third sector spend. I'm not holding the council fully responsible for supporting supported businesses, but in this report it says that there was limited opportunity to offer contracts because there were no supported businesses available in the markets where you were awarding new contracts or continued with existing contracts. So are there any supported businesses have been awarded contracts or are currently in receipt of contracts? And if not, is there anything we can do to improve that situation? Thank you.
Ms Scott.
Thank you. So, yeah, really good question. Thank you. It's one of those areas that during our kind of contract strategy stage, we kind of try and look and do a bit more market engagement of what is it that we're actually looking to purchase versus the suppliers that are out there. There is a couple that we are looking to explore going forward. One is being the kind of furniture. So there is a framework available that does have a reuse furniture lot on it, and that is with a supported business. So at the minute, obviously within this reporting period, there hasn't been any awarded, but I think for us, there is scope going forward, and it is part of whenever you go on kind of Public Contract Scotland, there's an element of that gives you a list of those that are registered. So I think for us, it's just being able to try and identify what contracts actually do fit a supported business, and it just happens that there's not been any in this occasion, but I think it's definitely something that we are looking at, supported business and third sector spend. Particularly in kind of the social care kind of area as well.
Follow up.
Thanks, Chair, for allowing me to follow up. Is there anything we can do to support supported businesses to apply for or to tender for contracts? Thank you.
There is activity at government level to support those companies coming into the procurement structure, so that's ongoing, and I can provide at a later date to the committee, to all the elected members, a route into market for those companies. But it is work at Scottish Government.
Do we know if those companies get the same opportunities to actually attend our roadshows? I take it they do, so that they get the ability to see what we have on offer in the way of contracts, etc., and they will get the assistance that private sector or third sector get as well, for how to get into the system.
There is ongoing support, as you say, for all our local suppliers, and those companies as well would be welcomed in. If elected members put those companies forward to us, we can specifically reach out to them and give them that initial confidence to go on to some of the programmes that are available for them.
Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What I'll find is some companies say that the criteria that the council asks for is quite difficult and to get there, so therefore they don't actually go and put any jobs to the council or ask for any work to be done or whatsoever for commit to the council give them work, and they say some of the paperwork is quite excess as such. So maybe that's something that could be looked at. Thank you.
Ms Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think, so in terms of the paperwork, it does depend on the value of contract as well, and it has to have that kind of proportionality in terms of what is required. And that's something that we do look at the different levels of spend. So, our regulated contracts were regulated to ask certain things of businesses, particularly through the kind of the supply single procurement document, which is prescribed by the Scottish Government, so that is something we can't change. However, we can put in place kind of more market engagement. Actually, what is it that suppliers are finding difficult, and how is it that we can target that area specifically? So yeah, for us it needs to be proportional to the contract value, but actually where there has been occasions that if that's not been the case, then we can definitely look at that and see what that should look like.
Yes, that would be very good to see that happen. Thank you.
With that, there's no other hands, so if we move to recommendations, members are asked to review and agree the content of the procurement annual report for financial year 23-24, provided at the appendix, and 2, agree the procurement annual report for financial year 23-24, provided that the appendix be published on the Council's website as required by the Procurement Reform Scotland Act 2014. Members happy to review and agree? There you are. Move on to Procurement and Commissioning Performance Update Financial Year 24-25, Quarter 1, 1st April to 30th of June. Members are provided with an overview of the procurement activities during the first quarter of this financial year 24-25. This report also provides details of the Procurement and Commercial Improvement Programme assessment, which was undertaken on 23rd April 2024, following receipt of the Assessor's report from Scotland Excel on 16th of September 2024. We have Malcolm and Rebecca again here to assist, so if there are any questions. Now, I'm taking Councillor Slater has a legacy hand there, and Councillor Dashburn.
Thank you. I'm looking at Annex B, local supplier spends. I'm counting 5 different redacted suppliers, so it's not an insignificant amount of money in total. So I'm just wondering, in our role as elected members, how can we have oversight and scrutiny over these redacted suppliers? I'm assuming it's for sensitivity reasons, is it? Thanks.
Normally in the procurement documents, if there's redactions, it's due to that being personal information, Councillor.
I mean, if it's personal information, I understand that, but are we able to have oversight over that through exempted papers and such? Thanks.
Who would like it? Mr. Anderson?
I can certainly go back and we can ask that question of the procurement commissioning manager. I do think it's just around about data protection, and if the council allow that within this forum, then that can be provided.
Ms. Meehan, will you?
Certainly, Councillor, we'll take that away. We certainly wouldn't want these reports to be requested to be in private, and they're certainly public reports. And if there's information being redacted, it's been described by Malcolm, it's been done for privacy reasons in terms of individuals' details. But we'll certainly take some further advice with colleagues from information governance around what else we can do around that. But we take the point on board.
No, that would be good, thank you. My only concern is, is money that the council's being spent, and how can we have oversight over that? Thanks.
And Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I welcome these reports. I welcome the additional information information that we get on the contracts awarded, local suppliers, etc. Just a couple of questions on those. And on Annex A, it's got the contracts awarded, and I just wondered, there's no, and it's maybe something as we develop these reports, there's no indication of the length of service of that contract. So I'm taking it that all of them are just for this financial year, but I was just wondering if some of them cover more than 1 year, because I think there's one for specialist surface treatments, that's 18 million. So I'm just wondering, going forward, if I know that we're developing the report, and so I wonder if there was some sort of additional information that could give an indication of the length of the contract. It's a one-off, or it's a year-long service, or a number of years service. On Annex B, which is the local suppliers, and again, this is something that's a little bit of work in progress, but I noticed there's a number of supplier size, because they're all local companies, but there's a lot of them it's got unknown size. And a lot of them are kind of like small nurseries. So I'm just wondering, it's got small, medium, or large companies. But so is it whether or not they're like SKIOs or charities, etc., or I'm just wondering why a lot of them are unknown size when it suggests to me that they're small companies. And the final point is really just on the PCIP assessment, really encouraging, what's happening within procurement, and it identifies a number of key areas of strength, but particularly with regards to S2, and we have discussed about growing your own on various items in the agenda today, but it does actually identify that the department has been an extensive journey to grow their own procurement talent, but it's kind of like it's seen as kind of best practice. And I'm just wondering, is that, because this could happen across the council, I wonder if this could be used as an exemplar to maybe for other areas of the council to learn from the journey that procurement's been on.
Ms Scott.
Thank you. So in terms of the first question, yes, we can definitely add the contract length. Those that have been awarded in Q1, they're not just one-year contracts. Most of them will be for longer term periods. So I think it's just been a case of trying to format it in a way that fits on an A4 piece of paper as well. So definitely can take that one forward to add in for future reports. Local supply, those that have not unknown size, it could be that they've just not added this into their submission, for example, or that we don't have it recorded. They've not actually declared what size organisation they are. So without that, we've not had any of the data to publish. In terms of the third point on PSIP, so we were asked by the kind of national group held by Scotland Excel to showcase our work in a grow your own. It was seen as one of the kind of best practice areas across Scotland, and shared that with other procurement teams across Scotland and all the other local authorities. Don't want to talk on behalf of Karen Scott, who's not here, but I'm sure she would be keen to be able to share that with other departments, and just in terms of how we've done that, because it has been really successful for our team.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. I appreciate Karen's not in with us today, so I apologise if this question is coming into the wrong ears. But I would have thought we would have done the due diligence on the size, type, reputation, etc. of anybody who we award a contract to. So we should know what size of business they are. We should know if they're local or if they're a local branch of a bigger national company. And we should also know what community benefit, if any, they've given back into the community, or if that's been part of their contract. So Annex B is very, very interesting, very useful. But this applies to probably both. If you look at the earlier appendix, they actually tell you which service or purpose has been awarded for. So I can see here, Lucas Team Care, Dumfries and Galway Limited, 728,000 and counting, medium-sized company. Ashley, we know about, because that's a local builders, medium company. What purpose was it for? And who put in the bid from the council to procurement, for procurement again to go then through all the processes. And particularly that would help in other terms, all the little local nurseries, for example, who I'm sort of guessing here are probably delivering preschool, right, or something similar on behalf of the council. It would be much clearer for us just exactly how much money we were putting in the local economy, what part of the local economy, so that when they do come to us saying we're either not supporting or thanks very much for supporting, we're actually, we as officers, you as officers and us as councillors can actually make decisions from a position of knowledge. So, I mean, whilst some huge information in that Annex B, but next time we do it, can we actually have a bit more meat in the bones so we know exactly what each contract was for? I mean, after all, some of them, some pretty hefty contracts there. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Would that be possible, Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, that's an excellent question. We take your point on board and will do our utmost to come back at future committees with that information where we can provide it. There are some caveats. Contractors do have an option not to give company size, etc. But that is something that we can look to when we're coming back with these reports in future, that the information you've asked for is there.
With that, I've no other hands up, so we'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to note the content of the procurement and commissioning performance update for Q1 of financial year 24-25 as provided at Appendix 1, and note the procurement and commercial improvement programme assessment report for Dumfries and Galloway Council as provided at Appendix 2. Members happy to note. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, obviously I'm Chair, but I think we should actually put it in the minute of the meeting that my suggestion officers seem to think it's a good idea, and it be put into the forward plan and the action tracker so that we can actually see the progress as they move to take that forward. I do take the caveat on board, so I appreciate there will be sometimes we will not be able to display that information in a public forum. But I think I welcome the officers' willingness to actually take that on. I think that's good. And I'm just wondering if through the director we can actually note that as an action and put it onto the action plan.
Ms Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. I've picked up 3 actions, all related to content and information within the report. One from Councillor Dashper around the redaction, which we will clarify. One from Councillor Marshall about contract duration information to be included, and one from Councillor Ferguson around what the contract is for, the purpose of it, and also information about the locality and size of business where that's possible for the businesses that have been awarded contracts as well. So I think officers are taking those points away, and we'll certainly add them to the action tracker.
Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me back in. Yeah, thanks for Lorna for kind of recording those kind of actions. I do think it is. I think it's a request. I think the members are very interested in that, especially the impact on the local economy, and it's pleasing to see it's going in the right direction. And I just think it's helpful, you know, if we can get as much information on that, you know, with limitations, but if we get as much information as possible on the contracts that are awarded, it gives us a better idea of, you know, how we're progressing. I would just say one other thing maybe that is worth maybe considering for an action is we've heard that the procurement department have grown their own and they've reorganised. It's seen as best practice across Scotland. It's been shared within that, but I do think there is learning that can be shared, you know, with similar departments in the council on how they've achieved that journey. So I would like to probably see an action that they are encouraged to share with other departments in the council that, you know, the journey they've been to progress the department.
I notice that it's being noted down that that's a further action to be recorded. So with that, are we happy to note 1 and 2? And I think we should congratulate the team on their PSIP report. It's moving in the right direction. I think from what the Karen Scott had told me was there's other areas there that are at 2 just now but are nearly at 3, but it just depends when your assessment falls. So the next one will be a couple of years' time and we'll see more improvement there again, but well done on that. Move on to item 19. Everybody's got that one, haven't they? Any other business? I have nothing of any urgent business. Can I thank members and officers for their attendance today, and I will now bring the meeting to close. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.